I am always so surprised at how big my hair gets every single stream. I was editing some very old streams back when we first started the studio and my hair was like this long. So, it's fun to look back on. But, hello, welcome in. My name is Andrew. I'm one of two Andrews working at the Chroma Golem Game Studio, which we started almost 2 years now. We've built a lot of cool stuff. Both games and like tech for games. We have been working on some very cool stuff under the hood lately that hopefully we'll be able to share and show off pretty soon. Maybe I'll hype that up a little bit later, but Tony Sprocky, you might see him in the chat, is working on some very cool stuff for basically controlling Unity for you, like letting an AI click around and change stuff in Unity for you so you can have a conversation about your scene and say like, hey, can you reorganize this area? Can you add in these things? Can you do this and that? Can you fix my camera issues? Lots of cool stuff to be done there. But the very, very cool thing is that it expands out, and Unity is just one of many tools that it can control. So, for example, like controlling Blender, you can be in Unity and say like, hey, I need a dragon model, and it will actually open up Blender on your computer, start building that dragon model, and then export it, bring it back to Unity, put it in the scene, stuff like that. Lots of cool stuff to be done there. He is definitely carrying the banner on cool tech this week. And I will be just doing some fun like 2D level design because, as I mentioned, we've built a lot of really cool stuff the last like 2 years. Did I hear cool tech? Yes. That sounds cool. Yeah, it should be very, very cool. Like I saw a short demo of like the paper that basically is how this works. Like the underlying protocols was working in Blender, and like you could basically say like, I need this bigger, make that more faces, less faces. I don't really know the terminology. But it actually, like the code itself injects into Blender and does all the operations that you would do. And then you stick a AI in front of it to reason about what actions need done. And then that AI calls those functions in Blender and so on. So he's working on that this week. Should be very, very cool. I'm taking a break from the hard tech. We'll get back to more fun stuff like hard tech maybe next week. But as we've been kind of looking back at the last 2 years of everything we've built, I've noticed that we built some very cool stuff, and we've intentionally been building stuff in such a way that it's almost like an engine for ourselves that we can reuse in different games. So I was tempted to just like start a new game on stream today. And I mean, I guess we could. We are, no spoilers, but we're working through some tech to like share with other studios that basically helps them do some of the stuff that we're doing. So it's a nice time to take a step back and like get back to some small projects, like jump into old projects, kind of dog food our stuff for working in a lot of different places. But we have You Are Not Alice on itch. We have Elixir Emporium in 3D on Steam. We're putting You Are Not Alice on Steam soon. And so we're going to have like those two bigger games that people are still playing apparently, which is kind of crazy. But one big thing that we worked on originally that we don't like have a home for right now is our 2D version of Elixir Emporium, which is still played a little bit on itch, but it's very much like a tech prototype, not a full game. So this 2D level that we'll work on today is going to be for that. So I'll get into that in a minute. What do you mean with heart attack? Did I say heart attack? But also welcome in, Human. Good to see you. You're always good vibes to have here. But I said heart attack twice? Oh boy. I have no idea why I said heart attack. I don't even recall saying heart attack. Oh, harder tech. I'll be back to working on harder tech. This week I'm just going to be like painting effectively, like doing some level design, talking about the design decisions, but basically like using a tile palette and painting a level. So harder tech, yes. I did not have a heart attack. Nobody I know has had a heart attack recently. Good to know, good to know. Thanks for the clarification there. Yeah. Also, I see there's only a couple viewers in here. I want to shout you out, but I'm gonna hold off and do it later, and we'll see if we can get some more people in, because Human has great streams, and gotta put those viewers over there too. Me as a filthy non-American misunderstanding stuff. No worries. I can definitely see how those two things sound the same. Especially like I'm always blown away at multilingual or even bilingual people. Like, not only for knowing the whole other language, but for like understanding the different word orders in those languages in real time. Like, I've been learning Swedish for a couple years, and I still like, I need to hear the whole sentence and then like reason about the parts, and it doesn't come in real time yet. So I can definitely see like harder tech, like, it's all good. You speak more languages than me. You can struggle a little bit with it, I guess. Usual language learning stuff. Yeah, it's rough. And yeah, I would speak some Swedish on stream, but very notably, I don't ever speak it and have no accent, and would probably have my nice monotone Midwest American accent. But, Skrata du förlorar du. Yep, don't know what that means. Jag talar lite svenska. Something I'm not Swedish. Yeah, there we go. I have a friend in Denmark, and he's always posting Danish at me, and I get pieces every once in a while. That's all I got. But yeah, let's get my big face off of the screen. Let's go over here. And actually, I think a great way to start this stream out is, so we've got obviously everybody in the whole world knows about Elixir Emporium 3D on Steam. Great vibes. Let me scoot this over so we've got some black background for the text on screen. You laugh, you lose. I see. Oh yeah, I guess I did know Skrata. I think that's laugh, or like, it's very, very similar to that at least. But yeah, we've got people still play You Are Not Alice, which is kind of crazy. Like, we still get people emailing us occasionally of like, hey, how do I hack this guy? We get people on the Discord every once in a while asking about it. People are still playing Elixir Emporium. We're still working on that. I am just finalizing the like new movement system last night. I found some more bugs in just like UI stuff that I needed to update for like controls and stuff, but new build of that should be live probably tonight. Let me just link that in the chat so it's visible. And yeah, what we don't really have, like, what we haven't really taken advantage of all the work that we've put in for is our Elixir Emporium prototype, which was 2D, which I think is what we'll start with, just playing a little bit, and then I will talk about what we'll build today. But it's going to be in this version of Elixir Emporium, which, it's a little confusing that we have two games with the same name since this was the prototype. We were talking about changing the name for the bigger 3D one and letting this one be more of like a shop management thing, which kind of fits a little bit more in with the name Elixir Emporium. Who knows what we'll do there, but at least we can do the hard part and do some of the tech. But yeah, in this game, it has a lot of the same initial systems of Elixir Emporium. It doesn't have the skills system. It doesn't have workstations, but it does have the crafting system. And it's kind of the same format. You go in, you are an alchemist who's been traveling. You are put into a random location. You have random NPCs that are created at that location. Each of those NPCs have a random personality, profession. I guess we could also add like images and stuff now. We've built out a lot of our engine, our generation engine since building this demo. But you can talk to any NPC you want, and they'll also have randomly generated quests that are based on their personality, profession, and so on. So if we talk to our fisherman, he's going to give us a quest about the river being dried up because we are in a location that is surrounded by volcanoes on every side. The river is nearly dried up from the heat. So yeah, I guess he pulls in from the location information as well. He wants something to repair his nets because they've become brittle from the environment. He needs a material that's sturdy. So we have a list of materials over here that we start with. We can also go over to the shop. We can buy materials here. These will change every time you finish a quest from an NPC. We also have a bit of foraging, which we'll talk about later because that's kind of going to tie into this 2D map we're building so we can go about and forage stuff. But the gist is you can just grab some stuff and then bring it over to your workbench. And if we wanted to make a sturdy material, maybe we take some leather. Spider silk might be good, like combine leather and spider silk. We get some arachnid leather. Maybe we try and turn it more into like string for the net. So silk weave thread sounds like pretty sturdy material for nets. So we give it to him. And he loves it. He gives us some coins. Shop's been restocked. There's more stuff to forage. After the first quest, you actually also unlock traveling. So you can actually go to other places nearby. So the world's generated in chunks as you go to each place. And the flow, the loop continues at each new place. So, for example, we are at Gerund right now with the volcanoes and the river. So it's going to incorporate like Scorched Fields, Lava Fall Canyon, like all these neighbor locations are based on what would be nearby this location. And if you go east to say, well, let's go to this monastery. So we go west of the monastery at these coordinates. We get a new description. We get new NPCs. And they could be a little bit better at being tied like professions to the location. I think we do random professions for each NPC right now. But after you solve a quest from here, you'll be able to travel again. You can travel back to the first place. As you solve quests, you also build up friendship with these people. It doesn't really do much right now, but that's kind of like the big flow of the game right now. It's basically a very condensed version of Elixir Emporium that we've been working on stream for the last however long. And you know, it doesn't really, it's superseded by the larger Elixir Emporium, and we spent a lot of work on it. So I think it would be fun to go back and amp it up a little bit, maybe add something unique to it. So we will, I think, just build a 2D world for it. So you can go talk to these NPCs in person. And you'll also be able to go out and forage. Maybe we'll have a couple different shops that you can go to. Hey, Cozy, welcome on in. Good to see you here. Thank you for redeeming first, beating everybody out. And, you know, we're just going to vibe. And she hits me with the sub. Wow. Thank you, Cozy. I appreciate it. And it's even better that you beat out Human. So, good job there. I feel like there are certain streams that I go to where, like, I immediately am like, oh, I need to go redeem first. And then there's some streams that I'm like, oh, right, that exists. So, I feel you, human. I think you actually have a first redeem too, and I've redeemed it like once or twice, but I always hit your streams so late. I just assume it's already taken. There's so few streams anymore that have that. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, always check first. ACF. Yeah, I mean, doesn't hurt to check. But, yeah, good to see you, Cozy. Welcome in. We are working in this older version of Elixir Emporium today. We're going to make a little 2D map. And we're going to make it hella cozy. I was getting out different assets to use, different tile maps. And I was thinking of you when I saw some real cozy ones that we imported. So we'll build that. Yesterday was taken after 5 seconds. Made me very proud. All right, well, I don't know if you ever do any streams that start when I'm awake, but I'll get first one of these days, human. And now might be. I guess I can't redeem first right now. I was like, I'll just go over to your channel now and do it. Doesn't work like that. But yeah, let's solve maybe one more quest and then we'll just do some level design. We're vibing today. As I said earlier, like Tony's working on some really cool hard tech, and I'm kind of making sure that I'm also available to like jump in. We can work on stuff together. He might be in the chat, who knows? But yeah, I'm very excited for what he's building. So it should be very, very cool. And we're just chilling. Perhaps on Monday I have to start 3 hours after my usual schedule. Okay. I mean, that will probably work because I feel like every time I wake up and I have a notification from 3 hours ago saying regular human was live. So maybe right when I wake up, you'll be starting your stream. We shall see. Let's see. This guy's bread keeps spontaneously combusting. That probably is hard to fix. Not sure what he needs. One other thing that people really wanted in this version of the game that we'll probably add now that we've built it in the 3D version. People really wanted to be able to talk back and like ask questions, and like if you give them an item, try and convince them that it'll actually work. I've got some plans for that. I think what we'll want to do is right now quests are very either you solve it or you don't. So if we give them an item and it solves the quest, they give us 3 gold pieces, they give us a random item from their inventory, and they refresh all the shops and everything. If we give them an item that doesn't solve their quest, we should get 1 gold, I think. Right, if I remember right. Yeah, 1 gold, shops restock, travel is open again, etc. But it's this weird dichotomy of like either you solve the quest or you don't. And if we think of this game as like a 2D shopkeeping game, I think what would make more sense is if somebody comes into your shop and presents their problem to you. Let's go grab this guy's problem. So he comes in, he presents his problem, and so these all have like values of the item that you could sell to the store. But I think what would make a lot of sense is if you could present an item to them and then they can reason over whether that thing would definitely solve their problem, probably solve their problem, maybe solve their problem, won't solve their problem. And then they could probably make an offer to buy that item from you based on like how helpful they think it will be. So this guy, his shop keeps catching fire and he can't keep goods in stock. That's a pretty bad problem. So he probably would pay a lot for whatever the solution is. And if we were to give him a flower, he'd be like, that's not going to help. I'm not going to buy that from you. But if we gave him like fireproof clothing, or like something that would be more helpful, if we say like, hey, what about this? He might say like, oh yeah, that's a good item. I'll give you 3 gold pieces for that item that's only worth 1 gold. So you get more of that like, sorry, I keep hitting my mic. You get that scale of like, how helpful things are versus like whether it's just helpful or not, which is a little bit of lost context there. So if we gave him like fireproof clothing, he's probably going to be like, that might help me, but it's not going to help my shop. Hey, Justin6. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. I feel like I recognize that name. Have you been here before? But apparently this guy, fireproof clothing, worked out great. So he can go in, he can protect his wares, get them out when the shop catches fire inevitably. So that's kind of like the direction we're going to go in is like shopkeeping. If you've played like Moonlighter, I really like that vibe of both aesthetics and like the loop. So a lot of the time you will wake up for the day. You kind of choose whether you want to run your shop for the day. And if you do run your shop, you have the NPCs in town come in. They present, well, in this game, they would present their problems. You would like offer items as solutions. Maybe you are working at your shop, and so you can combine a few items and try and get something that's more helpful to them, so you can present that. And then you basically make money there. You need to pay rent or whatever the draw of the loop is of needing to make money or needing to help people or needing to do X, Y, and Z. That's one avenue you can spend your time each day, but you can also go out into the world and like collect more items, either like through a cave like combat system, which you probably won't build, or like just like foraging, maybe some farming, maybe some fishing, who knows. But there's a inherent like balance between the two, because you need to go out and collect items in order to have all the items in order to run your shop, and you need to also run your shop in order to have enough money to like keep existing in the game, paying rent, etc. So it's kind of a fun little choice that the player has to make, and I think those sorts of choices are always fun. Alrighty, hey Justin. Just got the WebSocket connected in Unity and sent a message. Heck yeah. WebSocket server started. Client connected. Receive message. Hello server. Perfect. Yeah, I was hyping up the work you're doing, Tony Sprocket, earlier. For anybody who missed it, he's basically letting AI control tools like Unity and Blender and other stuff for you if you just tell them what to do. So if you have a idea for a game but don't know how to make games, you can basically talk to this AI and like watch it work in front of you, and it does like the hard expert work for you. So very sci-fi sounding, but it's kind of cool to see it actually work. But yeah, let's maybe we start on a map. We're just chilling. I think I want to do some more like upbeat music because I will fall asleep otherwise. Segue into coffee. Let's see what we got here. You know what? We're going to Ye Olde Faithful. Chrono Trigger soundtrack, don't mind me. Alright, so I think the most obvious thing to start with when you're designing a new level is what you need in that level. And we had a really fun stream. It's been a long time now since we built our 3D world. We did at least 2 streams where we talked about a lot of like level design concepts and like important things for designing in 3D. So like sight lines and obstacles to like points of interest to get people winding around and discovering new things. We'll probably have a little bit of that in 2D, but we're not going to have like sight lines and beautiful things that you see. So I think we'll focus a little bit more on like the hierarchy of structure for the town, like how to organize what is near other things, and how to design like a town where people are not going to get lost. People can find their way around. Fun fact, I have watched this, I don't even know the name of the subreddit, but like when I was a kid, I always wanted to make like indie Pokemon-esque games, and they always obviously have all those Pokemon assets that you can use in like RPG Maker. And there's an entire subreddit for people posting pictures of their starter town in Pokemon games that they're making, which is incredibly specific. And no shade at those posts, but most of them are so bad because it's like people's very first foray into like designing towns, designing levels. They have an idea for a game, they load up RPG Maker, and they just paint with the tile set, and they're like, oh yeah, I need this, I need this, I need this. Oh, I forgot about that thing, so I'll just stick it in here. It's a very organic vibe of all these towns, and they're very like not designed well. Like, it's fun to watch, but it also has given me a lot of things to avoid, so maybe we can, if I remember, I can talk about some of those too. But I think what makes a lot of sense is if we start with a list of things that we need in this town. And I think obviously we need houses for the NPCs. We probably want like, I don't think that in this new version we'll keep this traveling for now. We probably would eventually if we continue on working on this, but if we have like a closed down train station, we can kind of imply to the player like, hey, either through progression or through updates, like later on, you'll be able to travel to other locations. So putting something visual in town that kind of communicates that without having to say like in a tutorial, like, hey, eventually you'll be able to travel to other places. Makes sense to put down a train station. We also have foraging, which we'll probably put throughout the whole map, but there might be some specific areas that provide specific things. So if you need very woodsy things, maybe there's a forest outside of town to go to and get like logs. Or maybe we want to do farming. At the very least, we'll probably have NPCs pretend to be farming, so there's always stuff to like harvest there. But let's just do some like farming areas and foresty area. And then I think in the same vein of like the closed down train station communicating that eventually you'll be able to travel, we probably want some sort of like blocked off cave that implies like, hey, there could be combat later, either through progression or updates. Like, might be an extra avenue of collecting items or putting your items to use. I don't think we'll do like much combat in this game because it kind of makes sense to do like a cozy little 2D type thing. But we can do a blocked off cave, just to communicate like that is a possibility to the player. So if people are interested in that, like we still need to prototype out some of the combat systems in the big 3D version of this game. So it might be a great place to like build it in a smaller scope if we think of something cool to prototype there. Other things that we probably want, like obviously there's a lot of decor around the town. Like it needs some sort of world building through like the aesthetics. Like good example of that is like if there's a giant tree in the middle of town, like there's going to be some lore reasons, like was the town built around the tree? Did the tree grow after the town was started? Does the tree do anything for the town? Does it like flower? Does it provide like fruit or something? Does it keep monsters away? Like there's a lot of cool stuff that we'll probably just look through like what assets we have for this sort of storytelling through level design. But we want storytelling props, and probably I'm a sucker for a huge tree in the middle of the town. But I mean, we could do like a big crystal. We could do like something else that is a focal point in the center of town, I think. And we probably want a few other props that not only like do a little bit of storytelling of like, oh, this means something, I'm going to go ask an NPC about it, but also as like anchor points of different areas in town. So if there's like a big farming area, maybe that's a great place for the tree, or maybe that's a great place for something else, and you can just be like, oh yeah, where's the farming area? Oh, it's over by the giant sign that is advertising hot dogs. And then I think one other thing that is probably nice is some sort of place for like a traveling merchant. So we have like our shop, obviously, and maybe we even want to say like a couple different shops that might restock with specific items. Hot dogs are so good. But we probably want also like a traveling merchant type NPC coming through with just ridiculous items from faraway lands that you can buy for an expensive price and like keep in stock and keep them in case you need them. So we could do like either some like docks on the ocean or like a marketplace that merchants can set up at, or like just a guy who shows up at the gate to town, gate guy. Just like, obviously this game is about like collecting items, creating new items, and foraging is one way to collect items, but buying items is another way. How do you like your hot dogs? I like all kinds of hot dogs, human. I will even eat hot dogs cold, but I think top tier hot dogs are going to be like chili dogs with some cheese. Chicago dogs are pretty all right, maybe without the onions. You know, I like putting weird things on my hot dogs also. So, also shout out to corn dogs, which are arguably even better. Nobody knows. I have a picture of him holding a corn dog as big as his head. Not sure I've ever seen a bigger smile. You know, I see that picture sometimes and in my head, I'm like, I don't know if that's actually a corn dog or if I was holding like a cat tail and pretending it was a corn dog, but I'm pretty sure it was a corn dog. And it was probably delicious because Cozy and I were at like a hot air balloon festival, I think is where that photo was taken. So already a very like dreamlike place. And then you buy a corn dog that's like this big and it's like, this ain't real. I only recently started using freshly cut onions to put on my hot dogs. No. Let me just ban a regular human real quick. Hot dogs, you could put literally anything on them, and I think onions are the only thing that I would not put on them. Like, sauerkraut's delicious on them, hot dog, ketchup, mayonnaise. Like, mayonnaise is good on hot dogs with some, like, ketchup or something. Relish is good, chili is good. Pickles is good on hot dogs. Yeah. What about pickles? Yeah, pickles is real good on hot dogs. I probably wouldn't do like pickles and ketchup, but like pickles and something else also probably really good. Melted cheese is really good on hot dogs, like nacho cheese. Not sure I've had that on a hot dog. Surely I have, but that would be really good. You know, I would even venture to say that maybe mashed potatoes would be really good on a hot dog. Definitely better than onions. All right, I think that we have all of the things that we want. Maybe we also add a little fishing area. I don't know if we'll ever add fishing to any game we ever make, but it's nice to communicate that maybe there will be fishing one day. Alrighty, so let's also take a quick look around like the items in the store, the items we can forage, and the items we have, and see if there's like any locations standing out that would have those items to forage that we don't necessarily have like a spot for yet. And we can also look at the NPCs to see if there's any that would like make sense to have outside of like a shop. But I think we're good. Okay, but what about drum roll? Mushrooms on hot dogs? I would rather have mushrooms on hot dogs than onions. I would give it a shot. It's probably the weirdest consistency I've ever considered. But, you know, I'd give it a shot. Like, more so than onions. Onions, I'm not a big fan of. Mushrooms, I don't like conceptually. Like, the idea of these alien things just growing on dead stuff and just, like, not being real living things and then eating that is just, it weirds me out. I just don't like onions. But like mushrooms are fine. Like you don't think about them and they kind of go away. They're super weird to like bite into sometimes, but you know, they're a thing, I guess. But onions, I don't know about that. I'm still thinking about those mashed potatoes on a hot dog though. Or like a hot dog and a baked potato. Probably pretty good. I mean, you probably want to like slice it up and do all that, but it's probably pretty good. All right. One other thing we could add, like I'm seeing like eggs and, you know, like other animal byproducts. Maybe in addition to like a farming area, we have like a ranchy area with like chickens and like cows, stuff you could interact with to like get milk or whatever. I put mashed potatoes into a burrito once. That was 4 years ago. My girlfriend still makes fun of me with that to this day. All right, Cozy, you got to be quiet about the thing that you literally told your coworkers about yesterday of the thing that I put in macaroni. We'll get there. But I want to say that mashed potatoes in a burrito sounds delicious. Just saying. What else did you put in the burrito? Like mashed potatoes and then like some chicken? Probably pretty good. It's almost like a wrap. I think your girlfriend is valid to make fun of you for it, but I also think it would be delicious. I once didn't have milk to make macaroni and cheese with. So instead of milk, I was like, what's similar to milk? And the closest thing I had was cream cheese, which would probably be pretty good. But the cream cheese I had was also strawberry cream cheese, which arguably was still pretty good in the mac and cheese. But I think it is valid that Cozy still makes fun of me for it, still like 6+ years later. So there's my comparative story there for you. Let there be light. Holy damn. Yeah, you know, like, I mean, when you're hungry, you gotta try working with what you got. But I will admit that I have not had it a second time, but I would try it again. I think the main problem with strawberry cream cheese and mac and cheese was that the milk makes things like creamy and smooth, and things were really like, I mean, sticky is a bad word, but like they weren't creamy with the cream cheese. Just report the facts. People react the way they do. I would never make fun of you. You know, that's fair. Shout out to Cozy. She just reports the facts, and unfortunately the facts are what the facts are. She would never make fun of me, though. So thank you, Cozy. I'll make that dinner for you sometime as a thank you. I think we have everything we need here. So we could also specialize these shops a little bit, like blacksmith shop, a baker shop, etc. We might, but I think what we'll end up doing for NPCs is having general houses that we can just assign NPCs to, instead of having the same NPCs at each. So every time you play, like, you can get different NPCs moving into town. Maybe you can like kick some out of town and get someone new to move in. Who knows? But that works best when we have very general NPCs, and we don't want to like restyle the shops quite yet. We could do that later. No, thank you. You know, that's fair too. I will not make you that dinner sometime as a thank you. But I think let's just go to, here's another example. Like, this is our original town we started in, so we're generating the world as we go. Let's go over to one other town, just look around. We got a small harbor here. It's still got pretty similar stuff and similar shop. We got a little bit of generation issues on some of the NPCs, interestingly. Let's see what this healer named Amy has in her quest. Oh, okay. Her skin burns and blisters when she touches the sand. Sure. So, yeah. Let's make a sunlight potion. Potion of radiance. Maybe we do some moss and mud to get some sort of like healy bit. Peat. Okay, not quite what we wanted. Let's do some ash in that. Charcoal briquette. Okay, that's a lot of flammability. Hello, Chaos. Welcome on in. Good to see you here. Ay. How's your day going? We are working on an older project today. We playing a little bit over here just to get lay of the land, and we will get into some map making soon. Ooh, we can take a lie. I wonder what that'll combine into. With a potion of enlightenment. Let's see what we get. Potion of deception. So if we give that to them, can we just trick them into thinking this will work? No, we cannot. It's good. How's 2D deving going on? You know, it's going good. We are working on some really cool, like hard tech, not heart attack, human. Hard tech behind the scenes. And it's nice to just take a break and like do some effectively painting here. So we got a sense of like this game, and we're gonna build this map to walk around and see all these NPCs in person. So you know what, we'll leave this open, but I think we can go ahead and start looking at the map itself. I've got a nice tile set here that we can work with. It should be all set up with auto tiles as well. But we've got a lot of different props. Let me know if my head is blocking this. Okay, we're good. Different like farming area stuff. We've got textures, rocks, grass, trees, cliffs, houses, customizations for the houses and the city. Like all the stuff we should need for building out a town, I think. And we have those manually set up, but we also have some auto tiles that we'll probably start with because that's a lot nicer. Hi, cozy cats. Where are these kitties? You know what? One of them is on anxiety medication temporarily, and he got his treat about an hour, or it's been, I guess, a while now. But I think he's just snoozing away in the sunlight. And the other one is scared of bald people, so you might see her running around in the background, but I'm sure they'll show up soon. But yes. Poor little guy. Yeah, it's not so much as like he is a very anxious kitty, but there are a lot of neighborhood kitties that show up at the door. There's a lot of birds. There's a lot of stuff going on. So we're just trialing some anxiety medication to see if he stops over grooming himself and other sorts of things like that. So hopefully he'll get all sorted out soon. But he's a big snuggler, so I'm sure he'll show up soon. He's just a little glonky at the moment. But the one thing that I'm always really, really hard at in level design and painting and pretty much everything is scale. So I think the best approach is probably, we talked a little bit earlier about different town segments of where things are. I think we'll start with a main loop, kind of like this, and we'll put some of the NPC houses around that. So when we look at our list of things we want to add in, the things that the player will be interacting with most and also have the biggest chance of confusing with each other, if we have 10 different houses and 5 different shops maybe, we want to put those all very concentrated in a very popular area that the player will be in, so they'll learn that the fastest. You wouldn't want to put one of these houses way outside of town and have the player be like, where was that? And run out there and be like, this is the wrong house. If we do a main loop with all of those houses, they'll be able to see there's 10 houses. I can see most of them on my screen right now and be like, oh yeah, that's the right one. And just in terms of respecting the player's time, we don't want to make them run out way far out just to get to this shop when they might be at it pretty often. So we'll probably start with just a central area with a lot of houses for NPCs, and then maybe we can branch out from there and do our cave, the train station, these more specific things. And then we'll probably fill in the gaps between these areas with a lot of the foraging areas, and then we'll finish up with storytelling props, I think. But we might also use a few of those to anchor things. With this main loop, we probably want something in the center that anchors to, that area is the loop with the trees in the middle or something like that. So this looks so blank document to start. So let's go ahead and just, paint a little bit. I got music playing. I guess we can just draw out. I don't know how big it needs to be quite yet, so we'll just kind of draw out a square. We'll do some roads on it, and then we'll start placing some houses so we get a sense of how big it actually needs to be. And I think we have roads as well set up for auto tiles. Yeah, so we got a couple different road choices. We can do dirt paths. We can do kind of stone paths. Actually, let me just... Yeah, maybe we don't want to include all of them. We've got this nice white stone, which might be nice for some areas. More of a dark dirt, I guess. So this could even be sand, I guess. And then I bet, yeah, snow or ice or something. So we probably want to use this nice like dark stone. And then if we were to add in like a church or like something that is more well upkept, or we need to add some like visual prominence to, we could do the lighter stone there. And I think this dark stone is nice. So if we were to just do a very loose circle there, I want to also place the player in the middle so we can kind of get a sense of how much is appearing on screen as well, because we're going to use a Unity's pixel perfect camera. So this game view isn't quite the view that we'll have. So let me just pixel perfect camera. We're shooting for 320 by 180. So we can adjust the pixels per unit to kind of adjust like how far out the camera is out. But I think if we do a circular road, we'll want to see how big the houses are in it. But if we can see like a fourth of the road at any time, that's enough visual information to know like where the player is at a higher, like they don't have to see all the houses up there, but they know that they're about up there. Versus like if you have the big areas kind of like this, you're not really sure where you're at by just glancing at this. But knowing that this is a loop and knowing that you can see like a fourth of it, this is probably actually a good size. Obviously we'll make the road bigger and stuff. Like could be even a bigger space too, but we should add in some houses and see how much space they take up. And then also we're going to plan out, I think, with these other sorts of areas, the cave, the train station, other areas, I think we'll do just very easy routes outward, like in each direction this way. Maybe even like up this way. So we'll just plan that and we'll place the houses like in these intermittent segments. And maybe we'll have like this go down to the town gate or something. But yeah, this is going to look very basic, bland for a little while we figure out like the structure, and then we can get into actually painting the visuals later. But I think it's important, like I mentioned, the early maps on fan Pokemon games, like a lot of it is just, oh, I have this this tile here and that's cool, so I'm gonna just put it somewhere. And it's important to think about the town layout, I guess. So let's go back here, auto tile. Let's set up some houses, see how big they are when we actually use one. So if we consider making this road maybe a 3x3 out, and this road's probably 3x3 that way, although a very common trick to use for doing like the hierarchy of roads in a town is to make your roads get smaller and smaller as you go out. So we could do 3 wide for this main loop, and then say like, 2 wide on the route out, and then you could branch that out into like 1 wide strips, or you could even transition into like a 2 wide dirt path or like a 1 wide dirt path. So there's like context there for the player to understand of like, oh, this is a major road. Relative to that road, this road is smaller. So if they are like standing here and they're looking and they can see this road and this road on their screen, they already have that reasoning of like, oh, if I go to the left, I'm going to go to the major part of town. If I go to the right and see the smaller road, I'm going to get further away from town. It's just a little extra like context to keep the player from getting lost in big towns. So let's add in a house. I believe that these are our house colors, like the actual house, and these are the roofs. So if we were to do like well, that's pretty gross. A house kind of like this, which mixes logs and bricks, which is interesting. Obviously you want to add like doors and house windows and stuff to make it look better. But a house about that size, we probably don't want it that close to the road, but let's go in and play and see if that's too big relative to everything else. Or if that's like a good size. It's probably fine. Like we can put a little sign up here. It could be bigger. I don't think it could be smaller. But it's probably fine, I think. I mean, we want to have a lot of variance in the house sizes just for, like, we don't want just the materials and the colors to be the only differentiator. So it'd be nice if we could maybe make this a little bit smaller. Maybe I always forget the control click is the eyedropper tool and shift click is delete. So I always get mixed up which one is which. So there's a small house. I guess let's just fill this in real fast. And I didn't layer the house on top of the grass yet. I'm just trying to get a sense of how big things are. But if we did maybe a small, medium, and large house here, we can see kind of the scale of how they look next to the player. So let's do this is 4, this is 5. So we got a medium-ish house. And I mean, we can also do other kind of shapes too. Kind of. Yeah, we obviously want to design these houses a little bit better, but when you actually layer them into other layers, they should blend a little bit nicer and not have these like weird edges. So let's see if that large house is just absolutely ridiculously large relative to the player. Because, I mean, we could even go smaller than this, but if we think of, like, we probably want 1 or 2 very large houses in the town. I don't think if there was 1 or 2 of these, they would be too big. We can have some, like, dormer windows and stuff, but this seems reasonable. Alrighty, so if that's the case, let's see if we can just start building this town, I guess. So we want to paint over this because this is on our ground layer, or at least it oh no, I don't know what layer it was on. In front of player, I see. So let's actually just nix all these real fast. Oof, I painted it all on that. Let's do this. Let's rename this to ground. Let's delete our ground layer. Our player is on layer, I think it's 5. That's 10. So if we do, let's delete our colliders. Ground will make layer 0. So it'll always be behind the player and everything else. And we can just paint over this. And I'm wondering if this is going to be like too much space between things, but let's start by bringing this road out. We just want a rough outline here. We don't need to worry about it being like perfectly symmetrical and even. But I do want to leave like this area where we'll have like go up to something in the center here. And I guess it's probably nice if it's a little bit more circular. Do we even have like a circle tool? Active brush. I have not worked in 2D for probably over a year, maybe even over 2 years. So getting back into the tile palette. There probably are other brushes. Like we have the line brush, but we can just draw a circle, I guess. So let's see if we can just, curve this out a little bit nicer. Although size-wise, I want to look at it once more with our player in it. And let's make sure that, so in the center, I guess seeing the right and left edges of the road is probably nice. So we don't want the town to be too big. All right, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's looking a little bit more circular. I do wish we could change our pixel perfect camera. Like, can this use that camera instead? Let's just take a look at this. This might be fine though. And I always want to like bring this camera out further, but I think in this cozy-ish game, we want to have the camera further in than you would typically want in like strategy or action, because it puts more focus on the actual NPCs that you're talking to and the player and so on. So this is probably a fine size for this main road. Could be a little bit bigger, but I don't want it to be like too big. We don't want people getting lost. This is cute. Thank you. I think it'll be a lot cuter. We're just trying to get the structure, like the sizing right, and then we'll make it really cute. But if I'm picturing like, I don't know, 8 houses around this circle, you'd be able to like maybe cut through the middle, but probably not. We probably want obstacles so you're like walking along the road. But like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 2 on each quadrant. And then the house sizes were like that. So it probably would fit just fine. So let's go ahead and extend this a bit more. Just give us a lot more ground wiggle room. We'll keep the 3 wide road on the center, and then we'll do 2 wide roads on the sides. So here we can have one coming out this way, but we'll do 3 coming into town. Maybe with some stairs or something later. So let's build in our houses. And for that, for houses, we have the obstacle part of the house, but we also have a roof that the player can probably walk behind. So we'll do that on a separate layer, but without the colliders as well. Is this Minecraft? It's actually Minecraft 2. A lot of people are like, ooh, Minecraft is successful. Let's make it even more complicated. But we're going the other direction. There were 3D blocks, and now it's just 2D blocks. Also, welcome in, 7. I thought a stream about level design would lure you in here. So I'm glad you're here. You can finally tell me everything that I'm doing wrong. Thanks in advance. Good to have you here. Let's go ahead and create a couple other grids so we can actually start layering stuff on top of each other. So we have our main grid. Let's do 2D object, tile map, rectangular. So now we're going to need an obstacle grid, which will have a tile map collider. So that's going to prevent anything on this grid. The player won't be able to walk through it. So if we would do little house over here, we will have, I guess with the sort order, since the player never occupies the same space as this, it doesn't really matter what order it is in, I think. And no other tiles are gonna overlap with it. So we can keep any order we want, I think. But we also want to have a 2D tile map that is in front of player. Excuse me. And so with that, if we were to draw, say, that roof, and we go in, the house should block us from moving into it, but we should be able to walk behind the roof. I didn't set the order layer, but let's do that again, actually, correctly. So our player's on layer 10. In front, we'll do nice 15, so we've got some wiggle room to put some other stuff like layer 11 and so on. But now we should be able to actually see it. And I also see there's a bunch of like, we need to turn off anti-aliasing. You see sometimes there's like that little lines on the edges of the sprites. It's because we don't have aliasing set up, or the images are being aliased. We need to turn it off. So this almost works. We get behind the roof and we collide with these things, but we probably also want, I don't know why we can actually collide with this, or where's our collision? Rigid body, box collider. Oh, it's not correct. So if we stretch it down to our feet, then we can't actually collide with stuff that we shouldn't be able to. Okay, so that looks fine. You can walk behind things. This will be useful for like trees and stuff where you don't want to walk into the trunk, but you can walk behind it and so on. Cool. And we can also do some sort of like shader effect for the player so you can see an outline or something when they're behind stuff, but looks good. Isn't 2D Minecraft just Terraria? You know, Terraria and RimWorld both are games that I'm like, I could literally just make those and then add the things that I want. And so I'm always so tempted to just like literally just copy RimWorld and then add my own stuff on top. And same with Terraria, like it's such a cool base for things. I think it's obvious that both of them have very, very cool and extensive mod scenes because people have this idea too. And if you couldn't mod them, I absolutely would make them, but it is nice that I can just download mods and do what I want to do without having to completely re-implement an existing game first. Let's fix our box collider here. I'm simplifying Minecraft. Exactly. Like, all games should just be simplified, right? That's how you get the better games. Condense into that nice core game loop. We'll paint doors and stuff also later, but I'm trying to keep at least two tiles between the road and the houses too. Another thing that, like, I want to say amateurs, but I'm also an amateur here, but a pitfall that people fall into is putting the houses like right up on the roads. When in actuality it looks way better to have like, wow, that's a terrible texture. It looks way better to have houses a little bit like further back from the roads, I think. I guess we could layer those on each other to get them to blend a little bit better, but yeah, so one thing that I literally always forget to do when I do work in tile sets is go to the correct layer. So like this house, I just drew all on in front of the player. Can't do that. Gotta actually switch to the obstacle layer, draw the house, and then switch to the in front of player layer, which I'm also not sure whether it's better to layer that or name that layer as like the generic in front of player and reuse it across a lot of things, or we can get more specialized and have like a roofs layer, which is just all the roofs that does this. But if anybody works in tile sets often, I would be curious if you have an opinion on that. Obstacle. Yeah, it's a good example of like here, if we are on this in front of layer and we want to extend this, like the things don't layer correctly. Versus if we have it on the obstacle layer, it layers correctly, and also we can get rid of these like weird shadows, so we can actually delete these and it'll add shadows, it'll retile this, and so on. Hi, Cozy Brisket. I think that's how a lot of games were made. Oh yeah, extending, simplifying, just remaking games. Absolutely. I wanna... Okay, so there's a little bit of oddities there. We'll fix the shadows and stuff later. Doesn't matter too much. Also, we're gonna paint doors and things. But we're just trying to get in some houses, and then we'll do like paths to those houses. We'll do doors, we'll do windows. We can always tweak the houses later. But I also want to see, because since we have the colliders on this layer and the roofs on a separate layer, we'll need to split out into a few more layers later when we get to the designing. Like, we need to not have a tile here on the collider layer in order for this shadow to appear. So what we would actually do is have a separate layer of like, I guess another collider layer that has a tile here, but isn't on the normal house layer, in order to both have this shadow and keep the player from going into that square. But we'll get to all that in like detailing. Let's just do some other small houses, I guess. And I also kind of want to do some like diagonal paths too. I think these just like flat out paths are pretty not great looking. So let's just put in some like placeholders here on the ground layer to something like that. And we'll make them too wide up to some point of interest up here, and then we can add some more houses around that. So obstacle layer, houses. I mean, I guess we'll just do like one of each, really. It could make sense to do them all in the same style and just do like different roofs, maybe. I mean, that would be more consistent. Maybe that's what we should do. All right, friendos. We're going to look at a bunch of different house styles, and we're going to decide what we want. So let me just get all our houses in here. Best way to do this, let's copy this layer. Delete me. We'll build some houses in each of these. Consistent is not always visually interesting. Yes, I agree with you. We're going to have some houses not be consistent. We've got a list of stuff that we want in. So like, I think the shops will do differently. And then like some of the more specialized houses we might do differently. But I think for the NPC houses, it might be nice to have like, we have like 8 of those, for example. It might be nice to just have them be different colored roofs, so you know like that is a house, and you have to remember like, oh, Bob is in the red color roof house. But I mean, we probably should actually just narrow it down to like 2 or 3 styles, maybe even 1 or 2, instead of like here it was very obvious that this is like a Japanese style vibe, and then this is very much not, more like plain. Like, they're just 2 different styles that I think wouldn't make sense in the same area, like with the same resources. So maybe let's take a look at all these houses real fast and just decide if there's like a few we want instead of using one of each. And that also leaves some openings for us to use the other ones more sparingly later, but for other stuff. Yeah, because I really like these roofs actually. But I don't necessarily like the style of house that they're supposed to quote unquote go with. But I think we can be consistent but still have some variety. Like these 3, if we did all the houses out of that, might look nice, maybe. And then obviously, yeah, like some of these roofs, like the snowy roof, doesn't make a lot of sense to do unless it's actually in a snowy environment. Auto tiles are so nice. I think I've only ever set them up once before. And that's basically like what allows you to just paint on the tiles and the tile itself changes. So like that bar moving up. Otherwise you would need to go through and find the actual tile for like top left of roof and so on. So like here you would need to paint this guy on. Well, it looks weird because it's mashing with the auto tiles here, but like you can kind of see how you have to get each individual piece. These are the same, but it wouldn't make sense to do something like that. You have to do the individual tiles. Auto tiles, great. And yeah, we'll come back for like these dormer windows and stuff too. But do any of these house styles look terrible to anyone? Do any of them look great? I kind of like all the stone. Like these 6 here would be really good together, I think, in a town. Or any like combination of the 6. Yeah, we probably don't want to use the snowy roof unless we go with like a snowy town and put snowy roofs on everything. So then we would need to use like the house style itself to differentiate more. The log ones are a little bit weird. Just like conceptually mixing these blocks with logs is a little bit odd to me. Cozy likes top right the most. This guy is a cool one. And maybe we can also see that with like another roof too. I like that color of brick a lot. That's not the best roof with it. Looks really good with the green, I think. And obviously we want different style of houses too, like different shapes and stuff, but looks pretty good. Obviously these 3 could be clumped together and we could do all the houses for this. I gotta run for a meeting for like 30 minutes. We'll be back, no worries. Have fun, good luck in the meeting. Curious to know what everybody else thinks. Yes, me too. These 2, I feel like these 2 remind me of like the original Game Boy Pokemon games where they just didn't have like proper texturing. And so they feel a little bit like older, more like free asset type vibes, which is not always bad, but when you have these other things already set up, it might be nice to just go with the other things. I might go with like, in this guy next to this house also looks pretty good, I think. Where they didn't have proper texturing. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet feel like is that, yes, one of the newer ones. Right. Yes, but also Pokemon Blue Palette Town. This is the Pokemon I grew up with. Even they have stone houses. Perfect. There's something in my fidget spinner. It's not fidgeting correctly anymore. Uh-oh. Maybe did you unlock a new layer to your fidget spinner of trying to get the thing out? New fidget unlocked. I'm realizing we painted all this in the obstacle layer and not the delete me layer. But that's fine. We'll just clear it all out. I mean, maybe we just go with stone, like for the. Well, it's hard to know. Maybe we do some stone and then some wood. Maybe that's a good combination. So we take this guy next to this guy. These two types of houses. It's kind of a good color combination. It's two different styles. We can always change it later, I guess. So we want, let's see, what is this guy? The logs here, and then that guy. And I can't remember how to modify this in place, but I think that's fine. We can just remember it's those two. Cool. So let's build some houses. Clear all these. Guess I can just... I feel like I need to download some brushes. Paint with active brush. It's fine. We'll just do it manually. Feel like it'd take longer to figure out how to draw a square than just do this manually. Alrighty, so house time. We will make sure that we are on the correct layer this time. Maybe we do this larger house with the bricks. And we do the smaller house with the stone. And we'll come back for roofs. Maybe we'll just see what we can do with the houses for now. Just getting a couple different shapes. I wonder how well something like that will work. We'll have to figure it out with the roofs. Let's just see. I guess I can't really do the houses without doing roofs and know how it'll look. But I really like these roofs. So maybe we can use them a little bit more. And I'm trying to think, I don't think we have like two wide doors. So for these houses that are even width, like 6 tiles wide, we'll just offset the doors. But I want to make sure that we're not doing that on all of them. Yeah, let's leave a little path. Let's draw out our, oh yeah, let's delete our delete me guy. Let's draw out our paths for where we want other things to come for. Right, wrong layer, ground. So that'll go, maybe not super straight up, but like curved a little bit. So we didn't necessarily make a lot of room here. But if we can just fit like 8 houses here, that would be great. And then we'll fit in the shops as well. And that's like the main meat and potatoes of the town. All right, so how do we make this house look good? Something like this. It's kind of an interesting shape. We can put a door here so it's obvious how to get in. We have the path come out like that. It's a very large house. We could even make it like lower. Not sure that we want to though. I want to see again, is the player 1 tile or 2 tiles tall? Because we need to make sure it'll fit in a door. It looks like it's 1. So yeah, we could do this 1 tile tall. Maybe we will. Let's just see how it looks. Keep doing those even width ones. Okay, I think it's a little bit too close to the road. And also I drew the whole roof on the obstacle layer. Scoot it over this way too even. And I feel like that's probably on the obstacle layer too. In front of player. Okay, cool. So we could probably even do like a little path this way and put another house up here, but I don't think it should be one of the main houses. Let's see if we can fit maybe a long house here. And we can do one other kind of stone here, I think. Obstacle. In front of player. Let's do that guy. Yeah, that's my favorite roof by far. It's a little close to the house next to it. So we'll scoot that up. Oops. I mean, we could also scoot it to the side, but I like having a potential path there. Is this fine? Yeah, it looks fine-ish. I feel like this is gonna look very bad until we get to like detailing, especially like the little shadows in the grass and like trees and stuff. But we're gonna believe it's gonna be great. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 is what we could do. And I want to see once more how it looks on screen, because we probably don't want more than like 2 or 3 houses on screen at a time. But having the little edges peeking of other houses, I think is fine. Yeah, so like here, there's not a lot of like information about where you're at other than the road. But I guess that's fine. We can always add decor and stuff. And I like this circle, this main loop of all the most relevant houses. I think it'll work really well. All right, let's get a couple more houses in. So we probably aren't going to have paths going out this way, because I think what we'll end up doing is put like stairs here and maybe like some cliffs or something. But could do, let's actually do this. Yeah, these are also a little bit hard because you'd expect these houses to be like facing the road. So you would expect their front door to be on this side versus on this side. Whereas like all these are facing the road, so it makes sense that their front door would be accessible. But it's kind of hard to visually show like that would be a front door, but we probably wouldn't want that. We'd probably want to still do a front door on this side. So maybe what we would do is we could have like roads coming out kind of sideways off this. Smaller roads at least. So let's just kind of expand a little bit more. It's the back door, and there's a little lip going north where the front door is. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess. That's good. If we did this. Oops. Why is my paint not working? Where are we painting? Ground, paint, ground. In front of... Oh, we painted the roof on the obstacle layer. Okay. Wait. No, we didn't. Where are we painting this? These layers are always so confusing. So in front of player, we can paint over that, but it's actually painted on the obstacle layer. Okay. But we don't want to paint ground there because it'll actually create obstacles. We want to delete it. And then here, we go to in front of player, and then yeah, we could do something like this. The little lip going north where the front door is. I mean, I do always like in games where like you go in the back door of a house and there's like different stuff back there, like you go in through the kitchen or something. This is quite a large house, so maybe we can even make it a little bit smaller. And this would be a good one to do a little bit wider, where we'll offset the door because it'll be a back door. I think we could do something like that. I think I like that more than extending the roof out, even though probably would extend the roof out for like porch or something logically. But I think the divot is a very visual cue to the player to go and try to put their player in that divot. And then when they're in that spot, they can go in the house. And they're like, oh, okay, that's how you get in. And we can still put a back door here or something. Let's do one more little house here. Maybe kind of like this. Just do a little lad with a nice blue roof. Oh boy, oh boy. Pullman redeemed something. Redeemed explained something. My friend is sad because he keeps ordering unhealthy food when he's just hungry. And now he just checked his weight and it changed over 10 kilograms in the oopsie direction. What could he do? I feel like I'm not the expert in this, but besides meth, I mean, I feel like the trick, like diets, I've got a whole soapbox about, but like everybody always views diets as temporary of like, I'm going to eat healthier and then I'll lose this weight and then I'm going to go back to normal eating and you're going to gain it back. I feel like the real trick is to just find the healthier foods that you enjoy eating and just like go ham on those. Like don't limit yourself to only eating those. Like have the unhealthy food sometime because you're going to crave it otherwise. But like have more healthy food that you can enjoy and then maybe even have it at the ready, like in your house. So if you get hungry, grab a little snack of like I don't know what stores actually you have over there, but we have Trader Joe's, which is very, very good for like pre-made snacks, like bags of fruit rinds and healthy things. Might be nice to go explore a store like that and find like healthy snacks that you can just stock up on. You have Trader Joe's too? All right. Well, yeah, I mean, I never like shopping for groceries at Trader Joe's because they have the most random weird things and they don't have the things you would expect them to have at like a grocery store. But they do have healthy snacks and like pre-made healthy snacks. So I think they're really good for that. Oh, you have it as a store. We have that as a brand. Yeah, over here it's an actual store. They sell the Trader Joe's brand, but like you go to the Trader Joe's store and it's nothing but Trader Joe's brand basically. But yeah, I mean, I guess if you have it as a brand, grab it at the grocery store when you're already there. There might be less selection, I guess, if it's not the whole store, but I'm trying to think of. There's a few different things in like the chip aisle that I like, and I'm trying to remember what they are because they're like, is it avocado chips? Something green, like pea chips, PEA. That like they're super healthy to eat and they fill you up. Something like that, I think, is probably helpful. Yeah, I think that's probably my best advice. Like, don't try and solve going in the oopsie direction by limiting what you can eat. Just find stuff you enjoy more and eat that instead. Hope that helps. Thanks for redeeming. We drew this on the obstacle layer again, and I was about to do it even again. Let's clear this. Let's move it up a little bit. And let's do in front of full player, a little bit like that. Try to tell him something in that direction. Thanks. Yeah. And I mean, like, I think it's also important to, like, a lot of people blame the unhealthy food they're ordering and stuff. And it is partially probably to blame, but like, I don't think it's necessary or healthy to like just try and cut it out entirely. I think the important thing is just have something else that you can kind of snack on and allow yourself to get what you want every once in a while. Also, for anybody that was looking for kitties earlier, we got Dimitri here. He is still pretty glonky on his anxiety meds, so he's just vibing, but he has crawled into my lap ready to sleep, and he probably doesn't like that I'm delaying that, but there's also probably not a single thought behind those eyes. You gonna look at the camera, bud? Up here? There you go. Dimitri. And for anybody who is a subscriber, you got your own little Dimitri emote too. So there's that. He's a very photogenic kitty. We'll see if we see her, but we also have Lucy. Wait, are these? Oh, right. I'm wrong. You don't get. You have to subscribe to the Cozy Biscuit to get those emotes. Sorry about that. That's my wife. And I don't have those emotes on my channel because I don't think I have the slots for them yet, but maybe I will eventually. You've been gamed. I'm sorry. I'm glad no one subscribed as soon as I said that because it would have been real awkward. All right. How many houses do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If we do... I mean, we could even just do like one more. We've got a lot of the wood. Maybe we do something here. This is wrong layer. Obstacle. And in front of player, is there a cool roof we haven't really used? Down the green, gray is fine. We've got a lot of like blue and red. We could put a blue one here. Kind of tie in all the colors again. And I wonder if we could do like just a little bit more interesting shape. That looks pretty bad. I mean, what we could do is set up another obstacle layer so we get these. I mean, actually, we don't even need to do that. We'll just not use the auto tile for that. So let's find our houses. Where are we at? Houses. Here we go. This guy. So we want... Well, I guess we want both sides to have the decal. Yeah, I guess the auto tile, mixing it in with the regular tiles makes it a little bit harder because we'd need to like do it a bit manually, which we could do. Something like that. You know what? It's interesting and different. We'll keep that. I was like, where is the emote? Yes, my bad. I would love to have a whole redeem. I've been meaning to set up the audio redeems for so long. I am curious, Human, what do you use for those? I know Cozy uses Mix 'em Up, I think. And I've seen so many different tools for like adding audio redeems. It's a little overwhelming and I have no idea what tool is good. So if you have a recommendation, I will probably check it out. I feel like Mix 'em Up, I would give another shot too, but it was a little bit hard to set up. Streamlabs. Okay. I think I use Stream Elements for the chat overlay. So yeah, I'll check out Streamlabs as well. Don't know if I would recommend that it comes with its own set of problems. I feel like they all do. So like, you just got to work around it too. I also use Nightbot for, what do I use Nightbot for? Oh, right. My chat commands, and some other stuff too. So like, I feel like everyone's channels are just very cobbled together piecemeal tools. All right, I think things are looking good. We have some houses, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have 9 houses, is that fine? Could do 10 houses. Could put one here. Maybe even one here. But the problem is we don't really want that many houses pointing upward. So, you know what? Let's run around this town. Let's see how it looks. We still need to like detail the houses. But I just want to make sure that like the spacing between them is looking good. Probably want to actually make a collider layer there, so it feels a little bit better to go behind. But I think I've fallen for the classic trap of adding my vertical and diagonal movement to where going diagonal, or vertical and horizontal movement, so going diagonal is faster. I should probably fix that, but oh well. Alright, so we'll go in here to go in that house's front door. We'll go in through a back door. I mean, the camera still feels very zoomed in, so I'm struggling to not get lost even knowing the loop, so that might be a problem. So we probably want to add in a lot more decor and stuff, which might help there. But I feel like the houses aren't too close together, which is nice. I don't think they're necessarily too far apart, because we'll probably add in more houses, but I do feel like it's probably fine. Like, obviously it's not fine, but when we get more stuff in, I think it'll fill out without being crowded. And like we can do houses along the paths outward too. Never go against the Sicilian. I'm always making those classic blunders though. There was some game that I played a lot as a kid, like 007 Nightfire or something on the N64, and diagonal movement was like twice as fast as going straight in either direction. And I got so good at diagonal movement on a first-person shooter, like shooting while I'm strafing backwards and going diagonal. Good times, good times. Hey Macau, is it just me or is there a pixel bug when walking to the left? Yes, it is not just you. I think there's also one. Okay, yeah, it's just to the left. I guess I can fix that now. It's because we have, like, if I zoom in here, there's some, I mean, I hope this is the problem, but I think what's happening is there's a little bit of anti-aliasing that we need to add in, so we have the pixel perfect slicing. I think this is a little bit of a blurring from the character to the left. Let's just take a quick look at that. So we have, that uses the Cara 1 sprite sheet. So this guy should be, oh, okay. Well, I thought the fix would be one more pixel bug when moving to the top left. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, so I mean, I might just need to go edit the sprite sheet itself and move everything over. It looks like potentially a pixel. But I feel like, let's look at this sprite sheet real fast. So it's catching on this, I think, the bit of the hair there, and it shouldn't be. So I could just edit that hair out, but top right. Yeah, let's see here. So if we look at the left one, so there shouldn't be that line in the actual like slicing of the tiles. So it's been a long time since I've worked with tile sets. I remember this bug as like it's a setting you need to update somewhere, because it's like the tile sheet itself is blurring after the slicing or something. So I'm not seeing the like lines on any of the individual sprites that we're playing between. So let's see if we can find what we're doing here. Because yeah, we definitely see it on the left ones. And I think it's here. So like I could even bring this in a little bit, but it'd be nice to just fix the real issue. Which I thought would be the point filter. But yeah, it's been a long time since I've worked in the tile sets, so I don't really one, remember what I'm doing here, and two, want to spend a lot of time like digging through when I feel like it's probably a quick Google search away. But yeah. Do you do a lot of 2D, Macau? I don't remember what you were working on, actually. I would love to hear a refresher in chat if you want to remind me. But it's good seeing you back in here. I recognize the name. Good to have you back. Oh, and we also turned off compression. Okay. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure this will make the problem worse, but let's go ahead and just double check that. Yeah, that's the blurry bit that I remember. So like here, this is probably going to look really bad. Oh yeah, so then we get it on like every edge. Huh. So when we go back to the point filter, I mean, I guess a quick, let's see if that fixes it. Apply that. I hope it doesn't recenter the sprite. Interesting. Last time I was here, I was working on a 2D game called Granny's Highway. That's finished for now. Currently, I'm working on a small multiplayer game with some other streamers. Oh, cool, cool, cool. What's the concept of the multiplayer game, if you can share it? I watch a lot of the like share the game series, like a lot of YouTube videos about streamers working together on games. I've always been so excited to work on one of those and never got the opportunity to yet. So I'm always really curious what people are building in those sorts of like team ups. We're gonna leave that bug in place for now. We're gonna just keep building the town. We'll go through and polish things later too, because it could also be like an artifact of the camera. We're using a pixel perfect camera to get rid of some of these like per tile issues that you see in the regular camera. So I don't know what that does. Oh, well, that's really nice. I said I hoped that we could do that earlier. I didn't know there was just a button for it. But yeah, lots of different things to dig into there to see what works and what doesn't. It's a 2.5 drift game with many mini games. Interesting. And I assume all the mini games use drifting in interesting ways. Is it like a pass the game type thing where you're each doing segments, or are you all working together on it like in parallel? Another interesting bug that is probably a really super simple fix, but I need to just like debug, is when you walk into things, the new input system, when you read the axis, is flipping the character. So like she walks into that the first time, but like once you've walked into it, it doesn't flip back. But like if I go down here and walk into that, it's going to flip me down. Or maybe not. Maybe it's just some of the time. But it's a very weird bug. Maybe it's first time each direction. No, I don't know. I don't know why it's doing that, but it's a super simple, like the code itself is like literally just reading from the input system. So I don't understand why we are flipping that way when we run into walls and face the other direction. Yeah, it's literally like just moving. We're working on it together. I'm responsible for the multiplayer and Discord and Steam integration. Wow, that's a big task for one person. That's awesome. You'll have to like ping me, share it with me somehow. I'd love to see it when it's all done. How long do you think it'll take to do? Like I know, I mean, multiplayer on its own is a very long thing, but if it's like a game jam thing, it's probably hopefully a quick thing. The others are working on the movement, UI, and styling. Interesting. And I know you mentioned it's a lot of mini games. Are you each like contributing a mini game as well? Oh, right. I forgot we have animated water tiles, which look really nice. We should probably use those somewhere. Like we mentioned in our list of things to add, having like a dock. And when we were playing the game, a lot of the items that we were foraging were like sand and water. Like that could be a good place for that if we had like either the beach down here with like a dock with some traders, or maybe the beach over here or something. But yeah, we should definitely use this water that we have, which probably, yeah, there we go. I want to see this animation in place. For now, we think the first alpha is ready in April. Next month. Oh, dang. Oh, dang. It's almost April Fool's in a couple weeks. First alpha is ready in April, and the 1.0 release will be on August, September. Oh, that's cool. That's very fast paced. Very, very cool. Yeah, I'm excited to see what you guys build. That'll be really cool. Everyone will make one game mode for now. I love the distribution of work with that. Have you guys worked together on a project like this before? I wonder if we have tiles for bridges, because we could do like a little river through town also. Wait, what are these? Oh, okay. It's like poisoned water-ish. Not sure. Oh, that's a waterfall. Okay. Lava. Cool, cool, cool. We got some cool stuff to work with. And if we go look at the regular tile palette, will there be bridges? Because I think I saw like ocean waves in here, which could be nice. We got overworld stuff. Overworld. April Fool's is in a couple weeks. No, it's not. I think you need to wait exactly 2 weeks to make that joke, Seven. That's so soon. I got to get to work. Got to plan all the fun stuff. Okay, so we have waves, which, you know, I don't love that style, but I do like this. But we could... Let's... Wait, why do we have a skybox here? We could do like ocean down here, which is probably not animated, but could be something cool there. Getting some good rain. We were looking for a bridge. We got rocks. We got crystals. We have the grass textures, which will be very, very nice for making this town look less like a second grader drew it. This is the first time, and it just happened. The first version or idea of the game was by one of our group members. He made the base game as a challenge within 7 hours, which is impressive, and showed it on a stream. We contributed ideas and bug fixes and then decided why not rebuild this game and publish it together. Nice, nice. So everyone started to stream together and started streaming. It was so much fun. That's so cool. Yeah. If you are streaming that, I'll try and make sure I catch a stream, or if it's over, I still want to like see what the game is like. But let me I know you've been in here a few times. I don't think I've shouted you out before, but that should work. You guys should check out Macau and see what he's working on. So thanks for explaining. We streamed for about 9 hours. Dang. Yeah, that's a long stream. I don't think I've ever streamed that long. Very impressive though. I'm excited to check it out. I wonder if even there's a little clip here. Player movement is done from 7 months ago. I don't think that is what you are talking about. Oh, well, thanks for this. I don't know if you set this up or if Twitch does this automatically, but thank you. Yeah, I'll check out your next stream. We are still looking for bridges. We're still getting the lay of the land of like what we have to work with in this tile set, but it's sure looking like we got a lot we can work with. Walls and roofs. I like these like stands and stuff. We could have just used these pre-built houses, I guess. And you know what? Maybe we will. At least for some of these that look pretty rough. But I do want to try and build some our own before we switch to the pre-built ones. Looks like all these doors are 1 by 1, which is what we planned on. Ooh, yeah, some of these are really cool. Okay, we got tents. We didn't consider that. We could do something with tents. Not quite a bridge. Could probably make a bridge out of that. City decorations. We might not have a bridge, actually. Oh, well. We could make something work. The best thing is that one of us is in the US, one in the UK, and you're in Germany. Oh, you're in the same time zone as human, regular human. So sometimes working together is complicated. Yeah. I feel that. I mean, even just for like catching each other's streams too. It's hard to coordinate across the world. But, I mean, when the group is nice and well oiled, it's nice also sometimes to be able to like end your day and be like, this is where I'm at. Somebody take it over. And then you wake up and there's good progress on it. Humans, I am here. What did I miss? Human, we found somebody near you. Maybe you two know each other in real life because, you know, everybody over there knows each other, right? Welcome back. We are just still making our little town. We are almost to the point where we can start just like bringing in, ooh, there's our bridge. There, right there. That'll be great. Where we can start just bringing in prefabs and stuff. But how do we want to do this water and like cliffs? I think are the next like big structural things we need to design in the town. Because we have these routes going out to things. I think a cliff like running alongside this area could be nice. And then we have stairs going up, but it's a nice like border to the town. And then what we could do is like a road that splits and we have like a town gate over here and then like a coastline here where we have a dock and like marketing and stuff. Not marketing. What are they called? Traders? But yeah, maybe that's what we'll do next if we can get some cliffs set up. I was so concentrated on my work. Yeah, I figured that's kind of how I am with your streams sometimes, is like I get so caught up in what I'm working on. If I hear my name, I perk up and I'm like, wait, what was that? So welcome back. I hope your work has been going well. Also, welcome back, Cozy. We got some houses in the town. It still looks pretty bland because we haven't done any detailing at all. Not even like doors and windows and stuff on the houses, or trees or bushes or anything. But, you know, we got a little town that we can walk around in. I think it'll be cute. I think it's not too big, and I think it's not too small, hopefully. So, yeah, we also got some paths leading out to like other stuff that we're gonna build. So, you know, we are on the right path. And I think that this will be really fun to... I'm just now realizing we need to have the player's house, like really importantly situated in this core area, because the player is going to be running this shop. Say like this is the shop for the player. They are going to spend their days either like going and doing stuff in town, talking to these NPCs and so on, or going out and exploring to get more items. But then they'll eventually come back to their shop, which will have more of a UI like this, where they're talking to NPCs this way too, and like offering items. So we probably should put the player's shop somewhere more prominent in town, near the center, so they can navigate around instead of always like starting out here or something. For the first few days after starting this project, at least one of us was working on the game at all times. That's how you move fast. I mean, it sounds like you guys are building cool stuff and building it fast, so it works out well when you can use the time zones to your advantage there. It's just hard sometimes to work on stuff at the same time. It's stressful. I want to get the demo out by Sunday, and there's a lot of things I need to take care of. Yes. That's exciting though. Demo out by Sunday is very, very cool. This is the demo for Echo Shred. Also, let me just shout out Human here. Also has great streams. I watch him all the time, every chance I get. He's working on a horror game called Echo Shred. Not Echo Shredded, right? But Echo Shred, yes, yes, yes. Apparently demo out this Sunday, so go follow him, go check that out. Horror game, eventually to be multiplayer, with trains and collecting items to shred for materials. I don't recall what the materials are for, but I would assume either for points or, you know, buying stuff, building stuff. But he's also got some terrifying little creatures that you'll find. So I know Cozy Biscuit has been talking about doing a horror stream sometime. Maybe if she falls in love with horror games, I can watch her play that. Alright, so how are we going to do cliffs? Because I don't think we have auto tiles set up for cliffs, and I also remember every time I've tried cliffs in like RPG Maker, they look so bad. I'm pretty sure these are waterfalls and not cliffs. So we don't have auto tiles for cliffs. And I'm only partially sure that we actually have tiles themselves for cliffs. So let's look around, see if we can find what we need. Cliffs and stairs, okay. So like, I think these guys would look really good if we can kind of... Is that the same color green? Okay, it is. Good. So in the obstacle layer, if we kind of... We would need to, yeah, we can set up some like cliff face stuff. I think putting a cliff here makes sense. We'll probably also do like a cliff here with like this leading into the cave of the mountain type thing. But yeah, let's get started on some cliffs. Just interrupting. One more rewrite happening now. Perfect. Where we don't even use a server to connect to Unity. The only server is the one that connects to the LLM host. How do you execute commands in Unity without a server, or I guess the server that connects to the LLM host also connects to Unity? That'd be nice, though, to cut down on the number of servers that we have talking to each other. That'd be cool. Is it still like the same stuff that we're running? Subprocess.run. So yeah, I guess it just, instead of having the Unity server that you connect to that executes these commands from the AI client, you're just also connecting to Unity from the AI client. Is that right? It's hidden deep within the Unity documentation. Nice. All right, let's see if we can get some cliffs looking good, because I do not have high hopes. I always forget which of these. Oh, right. We also want to be painting on maybe a ground obstacle layer, because we want it below everything else, but also block movement. So let's do 2D tile map rectangular ground obstacle. Drop it up here. You know what? We should probably also just name these with their layers in the name, so we don't need to go check all the time. So we'll say 0. This guy is also layer 0. Maybe we change that later, but this guy's layer 15. And then ground obstacle is going to need a tile map collider for all these tiles. So I think the hardest thing is just going to be getting the cliff to transition into stairs. So maybe we can do our stairs first. What color stairs do we want? You know, this kind of matches the building blocks we've been using. That'd be nice. So if we do some stairs like this. And then maybe get this to be a little bit more freeform. Can we connect a cliff to this and have it look good is the question. Because we kind of need one that... How do we design this? Like this guy? We need it to go all the way up to the edge is what we need. But we also need it to go all the way down. So we could do something like this. And then we'd be able to paint grass on the ground down here. Though we probably should use the auto tile so we don't run into issues later. And then we can do our full cliffs around that, but that's a transition. I think that'll work. Let's just take a quick look before we get too deep in it. Just go down and see how it looks to go down the stairs. Yeah, it's a very rough transition here. But, I mean, makes sense to me. Kind of simulates the verticality. We want to make sure that the town isn't looking like super flat, so having anywhere we can that like you go up or down levels is good. We could even do some like overhead things where like you can imagine an arch here that you can walk under and it's in front of the player. Like those sorts of things are really important for making sure 2D games, especially like top-down 2D games, don't look flat. So I think these stairs will work well. And they also provide a natural boundary to the world down here. And we can do stuff there. All right, let's build these cliffs. I'm more confident that we can do it now, but let's maybe just give ourselves a little bit more breathing room in this area. Kind of carve out the shape of what the cliffs will look like. Maybe we even bring it up like this. And if we have the ocean down here, what we can probably do, and like if this is a mountain up here, we could do a river, like waterfall here with water going down that flows into the ocean, which I think will be really cool if we can put a bridge here. Just more like interesting things. And a bridge also has that like meaning to the player of like, hey, you're crossing into a new area. If we're putting like our forest and our cave and stuff over here, then the bridge is a nice like denoter of, hey, you're no longer in town. We do still need to think about where we want the player's shop to be, but maybe we could put it like on the edge of this town, but we can always move these houses around too. Let's get these cliffs built. And I guess one other thing to consider is the top of the cliffs, because the collider is going to be the full tile. So the player will only be able to go to here. So if we were to do like a long cliff thing here, we would need to make sure that it still feels like you can kind of get to it, but I mean, I guess we could do the collider here, so you could go all the way down to the edge. Might be nice. So if we take this and then delete that, put the ground layer here. Let's put in a little bit more cliff so we have something a little bit more tangible to feel. This guy. So if we put these on the ground layer and then over on ground obstacle. We do something like this. How does that feel to the player? Because it might be a little bit weird to like step out off the cliff, but it might be weirder to not be able to go to the edge. I think that's probably fine. We can adjust like the actual colliders later too. But I'd rather be able to go out like this far than to be stuck up here. Maybe we can add like a jump too. Alright, I think this looks good. We can just keep building these out further. Oh, we have a little cave entrance. That'd be nice somewhere. But I just want to try and make sure that we kind of get some variety. Oh no, cheap viewers. We know what we think about those. Let me just ban. Dun dun dun. We are only here for the expensive viewers. Human is right. I only ever want expensive viewers here, thank you. They will never learn. Alright, so if I, instead of wanting this to go flat across, if I wanted it to like curve down, I'm sure there is a tile for that. I just struggle sometimes to literally know like the positioning of where it's gonna be. So like that's not it. It's gonna be like one of these edge pieces, I think. Yeah, I think that's gonna be closer. Or we could do something like this, but we need to figure out what piece goes here. And I guess we probably should be painting these on the ground layer anyway, so let's just copy that, delete these, go to the ground layer, try that again. Shape like this is fine. Let's get our auto tile there. So we need the piece that is mostly rocky here. I think that'll actually do it. But that needs to go on the ground obstacle layer. And these cliffs can go even further down also. Yeah, so I want to texture up this cliff a lot, obviously, because that's very obviously repeating. But we're just trying to get the shape right now, I think. And I think it's looking good so far. So let's go back to our ground layer. We can kind of end like here-ish, probably. Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't really make sense for the cliff to end and then there'd just be like a land ramp. So maybe we can kind of get more of a shape like this. You could put some other stairs down here to like something small, like the little cave entrance maybe. And then more of a beach over here. But let's do some more of these caves. Ground. So we should be at least a little bit faster now that we know what we're working with here. We can do all these ground bits first, and then we'll go back to the ground obstacle layer. Actually, we could probably even do something like that and kind of curve it better together. Easy peas. So now ground obstacle. Let's get these guys rolling. Just a little bit more variety there. And we'll paint behind this on the ground layer too. So if there's any like blocks that are only partially covered. We're gonna still fill that in. We're doing so good. I never noticed the left and the right are just mirrored. It looks really bad when they're next to each other. Now, can we get away with changing the height of the cliff here? We probably can. Like, these are all 5, and then 6, and 6, 6, 5, 4. So it's like sloping back into a normal height thing. It'd be nice if we could get back to like 2 high by up here or something, so we can just have small stairs, but it might be weird unless it's very obvious that it's a slope. So let's just keep at it for now. So we can slope up again here. And then ideally, we could just do something like this. Now the question is, if we go look at that from the player's point of view and see like how much of it is on the camera, is it obvious that this is sloping back or not? So like down here when you're like on the cliff or on the beach side, you can see that it's getting smaller and smaller, and then there'd be like stairs here or something. And maybe we probably want to go further one and just do like a 1 high cliff. So I think that's fine because it's a very truncated view of it, which works. But from up here, yeah, I think the gradient works. The like height gradient. We'll just sell it by doing more 1 height cliffs over here. So we will extend this ground a little bit. Let's do our ground, auto tile, grass. And we probably don't want to go like too much higher. We just want to keep this going. So back to our tile palette. Let's do the same thing here. We've got this guy, and this guy. It's D&D day, so I cannot further lurk. I must abscond. Good luck in D&D 7. I hope you get everything you wish for, and that you have the wish spell. So thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. Good luck. I'll see you another time. Bye, 7. I will try not to kill the entire party. You know, sometimes the real wins are the parties we killed along the way. Cool. So let's see if we can get this believable. Can we actually just do like really small cliffs like this and have it look fine? Also, this reminds me so much of like my RPG Maker days. Just like building levels, and that was the majority of my coding. This is such a cozy activity for me. And then we probably want, let's just bring this up. We can do like a little plateau or something. Let's, I guess, not paint it on the obstacle tile set. Is that what we've been painting on? Oh no. Okay, we're good, we're good. We want ground for these guys. And then over here, we could even just make it, we've kind of sold the idea of this hill getting smaller and smaller, so we can just do a land route through. Which we'll probably do with our auto tile, but let's see how this looks. If we just... Might be weird. But if we have this path down to like the beach over here, we can also do like some cliffs on this side, so it's like a path through. We'll see if we like that later. But it's looking pretty good, I think. Let's do a little bit more ground down here so we can kind of fill this out. We are on the ground tile. Okay, good, good, good. So we'll also transition this into sand too, because we want this to be the beach. So won't do a lot of ground. Okay, so how does our sand transition look? That looks pretty good. So we obviously, though, don't want it transitioning back to grass. So I wonder, is there a water to sand tile? So this is snow. Sand with water in it. That's not quite right. Okay. I guess we would just do sand. And then down here we can have that sand kind of convert into this guy. So if we do something like this, it also does some nicer texturing on the grass, I think. But that'll let us paint the sand with the transition. Hey, No Jewel, welcome on in. Yes, 2D. To shorten the 30-minute spiel I did at the very start where I just rambled and rambled, Elixir Emporium 3D is awesome. It is a great platform for us to keep working on cool stuff and build more AI systems into and like experiment with different things. The 2D version, which we originally built, is also fun, but is kind of superseded by the 3D version, in that the 3D version does everything that the 2D version does and then more. So we are actually filling out the 2D version a little bit, taking it in a new direction, bringing it more into like a shopkeeper, like Moonlighter type vibe. And we're going to set it up to be able to also be fun on its own, like standalone, but be another platform for like, we want to figure out how to do combat and some like town-wide simulation of NPC events and stuff in the 3D version. I think we can set up the 2D version to be a very small scope version for like prototyping in, while also like adding in more features and making it fun. So we are just enjoying the stream and kind of designing the level to run about in. There's a lot of stuff to do in the game, and we're going to kind of strip that out. And originally with the 3D version, we took all this and built this large 3D world to like be able to go forage and buy from shops and things. And we're just doing it in a slightly different way here to kind of lean more into shopkeeping versus like RPG. So yeah, it's fun. And Tony Sprocket is in the chat as well. He's part of the reason I'm just taking some time and vibing on this fun project is one, well, I mean, we spent a lot of time working on this 2D version and want it to be able to be something people can use in the future and like play for fun. But two, he's working on some really cool hard tech stuff, like interacting with Unity from external clients and like basically letting an AI, like you tell it what you want to do in Unity and it opens up Unity and does those things for you. So we're working on that together, and I don't want to add too much stuff to my plate in addition to that. So this seems like a perfect little project. I guess I should shout out that project. We don't really have like anything to show on it yet, but if anybody wants an email when it comes out, he's working on it right now, but I guess there's no link to this or anything, so super secret page for y'all. If you go to chromagolem.com/genie, which I guess I can throw in the chat, you can, if you want, you can share your email there. We'll just send you an email with an invite when you can try it out. But we're still building it now, and we think it'll be really cool. Especially like one of the tools that it can control is Blender. So I'm really excited to be able to like not have to learn as much Blender in order to make super simple things like, hey, give me a model of a chair. Give me, oh. We got a rare Lucy sighting. But it'll be very cool. And I think like it's also very extendable the way we're building it. So we can add more and more tools that it can use, and it can reason about like what tools are necessary for what task. So lots of very cool stuff to be done there. Very excited for that. But yes, 2D Elixir is also fun. I love me some good top-down 2D games, and you know, we don't have one in our studio repertoire, so doesn't hurt to add in something that we might want to add more to later. We need to handle these transitions a little bit later, or a little bit nicer, but I'm not too worried about them for now. Can probably even just do some stairs or something over here to transition in. But this is looking better. Yeah. So we'll do the right side cliffs next. Make it look nice. And we'll also do like a little path this way is out to the town gate. And then also down to the docks. Hi, Lucy. Yes. She is, where did she go? I don't know where she went. But we got glonked out Dimitri still sleeping in my lap. Shout out to him and his anxiety meds. And how much he puts up with me lifting him up and waking him up from sleep. Okay, good. We did draw all that in the ground layer. Perfect. Let's go ahead and let's get these cliffs over here working out. Because I think they are definitely a start to detailing the rest of the town. And if we can frame the town, it'll be really nice for making sure everything stays contained. So let's go back to our tile palette, ground layer. We are getting super fast at these cliffs, so let's just do them real fast. We do the ground layer ones first, and then we'll go do the ground obstacles to fill in that. Some terrifying sounds in this song. Alright, that seems like a fine cliff face. Definitely not straight, which is good in the current year. And does a nice framing of shape, I think. So let's go over to our ground obstacle layer. Get these into. Just trying to make it a little more varied. We probably even can bring this guy out a little bit further. Just to make that shape a little bit more interesting. We did kind of the same thing over there. This song makes me want to play Chrono Trigger. One of these days I'll finally stream it. Alright, so we do the curving here on the left side. I'm not sure that we want to also do that on the right side. We might just keep the height the same going across. Or like curve it only slightly if we want, but I think maybe we can avoid it and just do a full cliff to the world edge. So I brought it down to 5 for this just for some interest. Maybe we can bring it back to 6 here even without it looking too weird. Or, you know what, this is probably a good opportunity to do another interesting shape here. I'm always double checking that I'm on the right layer as I tunnel focus into this. We are working in the ground obstacle layer as we should be. Somehow we got back down to 5. Let's see if we can keep that stretched out. 5 height, I mean. The tiling is very obvious on the right hand side, I'd say. Okay, we're keeping our height, looking good, looking good. I mean, we could even get taller going this way if we wanted. Though I guess we don't really need to go much taller, since you can't even see the full length of the cliffs on your camera. This seems fine for now. Let's paint in this ground down here and then we'll take a look at it in the game. So back to our auto tiler, sand, ground. And we'll put like a town gate or something over here. I mean, I guess it makes more sense for the grass to come out over here than like this beachy area. But we could do a little bit of grass along the cliffs. And then if we copy this guy, could do something like a little bit further out, and then we can run the road through that. We can also give it more of like a shape of going out this way to kind of follow the direction of the hill that we've built. So there's a question of how we're going to layer these tile maps on top of each other so we can transition the road from one to the other, but I think we can figure that out later. But it'll look something like this, but just on top of the grass. Kind of like this, but blurred together, I guess. Or blended together. Okay, let's go take a look at these cliffs. Should be good. Can't quite see the top, but kind of. Think things are looking just swell. And then we have plenty of room over here for like guard towers and all the gate stuff that we need. You go down here for the docks. We've got nice ocean vibes down here. Maybe we do the ocean next because we got the nice animated tiles. And then we've got a nice big beach area for like getting like the forageables, like picking up seashells and sand and stuff that have washed on the beach. Makes sense to go forage there. All right, things are looking good. Let's do the ocean. So we have nice animated water tiles here. which are a little bit strange. Do any of them... Okay, they do blend with the sand, but they don't really have like the coast vibe as much as like a little cliff into the water. What's your opinion on protecting your game assets somehow when publishing a game? It's something I don't know too much about. I know, like, legally, it's... I mean, I obviously can't give legal advice, but with, like, writing, people are very concerned with, like, copywriting and trademarking the things that they write before they publish it. However, most people don't know that just, like, the act of writing a story or something like that gives you that copyright or trademark. I forget which one it is. Just because you created it, like, you don't actually have to file for it officially, as long as you can prove you created it. And a lot of people do that by like emailing things to themselves or like putting it up on a third-party website with timestamp, that sort of stuff. I feel like it's probably going to be very similar with assets in games. Like if you publish it on Steam, like there's a clear record of you creating it before, say, like somebody steals your game and also publishes it to Steam. But that doesn't really help a lot with the actual like that's the theoretical legal version of like, oh yeah, I definitely own it because I can prove it. There's definitely a problem with like it's enough if it were to like go to court or something, but you can't really use that as like sending a cease and desist to like Steam to take down another person's game saying, hey, look, I have this game with the same assets published beforehand. So I don't really know like the correct thing to do there. I'm sure lots of people have done a lot of research on it, but I would be really curious what you find out. I do hear about like people who take like itch games or Steam games or whatever and just like fully copy them and like re-release them onto mobile, both assets and like the game code itself. And it seems like they always get it sorted out because it's a very obvious copy, but it is hard to know what the correct solution is there. I researched that a bit. Don't want to get my stuff stolen. Yeah, I mean, especially like I know you are like manually creating a lot of your assets, and like I think back to a stream of like you needed a ceiling fan, so you spent the stream like making a ceiling fan model from scratch. Like there's a lot of work that goes into that. I can definitely appreciate not wanting to get that stolen. But yeah, maybe somebody else in chat has a better answer than me. I haven't really researched it that much because I am typically using like assets from the asset store in a lot of these games. And so it's not something that I've had to deal with too much. You could add a signature. For example, when creating 3D models, adding the logo inside the model. Or like in Toy Story at the feet of the model. That's a really good idea, actually. Yeah, I remember reading about the Power World lawsuit where they took, I forget which Pokemon it was, but they took the model of that Pokemon's hair. So it's like whatever that snake is with the flowing hair. And they compared the number of faces and like number of vertices to the flowing hair of one of the Power Worlds and said like, this is the exact same hair model. It was just like a really small piece of the overall model that they didn't change. Something like that could be interesting, but you can't really like plan for that. I think it makes a lot more sense to like add some sort of signature, like add something that if they were to just steal the model, you can say like, nah, they didn't make that model themselves. Look, it says irregular human on the inside of their tongue or something. Something like that could be useful, because I feel like a lot of the like stealing of resources and assets and stuff is like just for flipping things, and they don't modify things. They might like delete parts or something, but for the most part, they're not taking your model and then like using that as a jumping off point and creating their own. They're just taking what you have and reusing it. So adding some sort of signature like that, or something that you can show like, yeah, I made that, obviously, would probably go a long way. They also got a patent for throwing spheres. No other game is allowed to throw spheres. Now, I saw that. Not the biggest fan, and actually I play a lot of Pal World, and it makes things a lot harder because you can't throw the Pokemon to spawn at a certain spot anymore. Or, sorry, the Pal. They also got a patent for... Is it flying mounts? Or is that Blizzard just got that patent? Someone just got a patent for mounts in games that the players can ride that fly. So that'll be an interesting patent to come out of this too. That's a fun one to watch, I guess. So this is also a fine ocean. I want to go look at how the animation is, but I don't really like the like sudden cliff aspect of it. I would love for it to be more like sand, beach, sand transition, because we can walk into the water here. The animation is nice, I think, and we probably will allow the player to like walk into the water. But I want to poke through the tiles and see if there's something with a better transition from sand into water. Insanity, absolutely. Like, I'm not the biggest fan of patents in general, but especially in games when, like, there's a lot of very, very generic stuff patented that shouldn't be. And there's also a lot of, like, even specific stuff that's very, very cool that, like, people don't want to create similar things because they're too close to specific things. Like, a really common example that I see is I think one of the Lord of the Rings games had a nemesis system, which people have probably heard about, but basically if you are fighting somebody and they like get away, like an enemy orc or something, and they get away or they kill you, or like something happens that they don't die, like they can basically go into the background of the game and like level up and become a more of a boss type character, and they'll come back for you later and say like, hey, you killed my friends, I'm gonna kill you now, I have all these new weapons, blah blah blah. Like, that's such a cool system, and it has a very like specific implementation in this game, but it's also very notably, like notoriously highly patented. And so I've seen a lot of other games or like concepts for games where people are like, I want to make a game where if you like don't kill everyone in this group of enemies, they can go become stronger and go avenge their friends. And you see people be like, oh, but remember the Nemesis system patent, like you don't want to get too close to that. So there's definitely like a really big chilling effect in games from patents, I would say, that is not great. I hate that. For some mechanics, I understand having patents, but for things like flying mounts or spheres, that's too much. Yes, I mean, it's like having a patent on a color. Yeah, good example there. Yeah, it's not that great. Like, there's a lot of stuff in games that gets reused. Like, imagine if somebody had a patent for, like, player characters in games. Like, it's such a core thing. Like, how are you going to play games when you can't have a character you're controlling on screen? Or like, there's so many games that need spheres you throw or like mounts. So the patent system is like kind of designed to handle that, because like other people can come and say like, hey, no, look, there's already flying mounts in all these other games. So it's like, I forget the term, common use or whatever. The trademark is invalid. And they can do that, but nobody does it because all these game companies basically have patents for all these things. And so if any of them is like, hey, you violated my patent or your patent isn't valid, they can all just retaliate at each other and be like, oh yeah, well, you actually violate my patent in this. So it's not the greatest in the game industry as a whole, I would say. I'm going to apply for a patent for name tags. Right, like I'm going to apply for a patent for in-game chat. I guarantee you there's at least one patent out there for players being able to type to other players to talk to them in games, but nobody enforces it. So it's like a Cold War type thing of you get all these big companies with all the patents and they allow each other to violate each other's patents because they need to, or else that company will countersue them. But then you get a bunch of like indie studios that are like, I want a game where I'm throwing spheres at targets, and they don't have the counter patent stuff to like go back and be like, actually, your game violates my patent. So that's like Nintendo is very notoriously sue happy, and they go after a lot of indie stuff when they could go after a lot of like bigger games, but they know the indies don't have anything to like defend themselves with. So I'm sure that sphere patent will be heavily used to cut down on like anyone who makes anything even remotely similar, which sucks. Right, we were looking for a better transitionary tile before I got too distracted. I guess we could also do dark sand closer to the water, which might help with the transition. If we did like transition into the dark sand first. Not the biggest fan of that. I can throw spherical bombs in my game. Uh-oh, Human. Mr. Nintendo himself is coming for you right this second. I'm actually going to send Mr. Nintendo an email right now turning you in because, you know, they have bounties on all those indie games they got to shut down. Yeah, but Nintendo got themselves the patents after they sued the studio behind Powered. Yeah, it's crazy also. Like, they applied for so many patents after this lawsuit when the lawsuit wasn't going well. So they're like, all right, we'll get the patents now. And now they're using it in the lawsuit. So, dumb system. Go search for a lawyer team. Yep. Not Mr. Nintendo, please. Fun fact, I think it's the CEO of Nintendo. It might be the guy who made Super Smash Bros. But one of the two has 3 large TVs in their living room with a Nintendo Switch in each. So when they have friends coming over, they can all play on their own TV. Just a little fun fact about Mr. Nintendo. All right, how are we going to transition into water? Ooh, also. What did we use for water? Did we use one of these guys? What is this tile? Also, we have different water tiles we could use. So if we wanted like this guy, is that a better ocean tile? It probably is. And especially if we could transition from that into like the dark water, which we probably could. So let's paint that. Bring this back out. Yeah, I like that ocean color better. Did you guys actually have a 3DS? I wanted a 3DS so bad. I thought it was the coolest thing for 3D games. I never got to play one until like years later, and I was like, not the greatest. I was a PSP guy, and I had a hacked PSP. But don't tell Mr. Sony. Alright, so let's go look at our other tiles setup. See if there's anything that transitions from sand into water a little bit nicer. Because we have these textures here. But I don't think we're going to get the transitions. I'm so excited to add some of these like farming stuff, but I'm going to have to do it with the prefabs that we can interact with. You're on the phone with Mr. Sony already. Dang it, human. You know what? If you don't tell Mr. Sony, I won't tell Mr. Nintendo. So, we're basically big titans of the industry now. So, good work, us. I did the same thing with my PSP and PS Vita and every console I had. Yep. I don't think I had a Vita also. PS Vita. Maybe I did, or maybe I just wanted it. I had a PSP. That looks very similar. Yeah, I think I just had the PSP. The Vita looked really cool, though. But, yeah, I'm also a sucker for jailbreaks. My first PlayStation, my PlayStation 1, could play burned CDs. My brother would... I probably shouldn't admit to illegal things. But we had many PS1s that could play modded games and burned games. So, you know, whenever you can, you gotta fully enjoy the consoles that you've purchased. Same with my Switch, or not my Switch, my Wii. I had a couple Wiis, a GameCube. Good stuff. Aha, these look pretty promising. Can we get this sand? Wait, this is the overworld stuff. You know, we could probably get that in. Can we paint this sand to look like that? We'll need to adjust the edges, but if we did something like this, that doesn't look great. But can we transition into water? Yeah, that could be fine. It's not the animated water, though, which kind of sucks. Let's see what else we can do. I've got a jailbroken 3DS too, but I've admittedly never used it much. Interesting. What is the killer game on the 3DS? I think I've literally only ever played like Final Fantasy Tactics or something, which didn't really have 3D much. But is there any game that actually takes advantage of that 3D screen tech that it does? I would love to play that sometime and be like, ooh, 3D. So if we paint this, I mean, this is getting closer for sure. We'll probably want to animate this water a little bit better, but we can at least kind of see how this coast looks when we have this nicer transition. So let's just do this little area here. And then let's see if we can figure out some way. I mean, I guess if we do another layer beneath the ground layer, if we did like UI, or not UI, 2D, tile map, rectangular, -1, ground 2. Terrible name. But here, oh right, we need to actually adjust the sort layer. So -1, it's going to paint beneath this. So if we go to ground and we delete the water like that, and then we go to ground 2, with our auto tile animated water. Not that. What did we want to use? I mean, the overworld would match the color, actually. So we can paint it underneath like this. Let's go look at that in the game. That might be a much smoother transition. After the jailbreak was done, I was like, okay, what now? Yeah, I've definitely done that. Like with the Wii and a few others too. I think the Mario games did pretty good. N64 Zelda games got remakes on the 3DS. Then obviously Pokemon. Bravely Default and Bravely Second were also out. I've been meaning to play Bravely Default. It just got remade on the Switch, I think, in like the 2.5D style. I don't think I've actually played it. Bravely Default. But it looks like a game I would like. Maybe I did play it. I don't think I did, though. Would you recommend it? There were a lot of games, honestly, but I was never a 3DS type of person, so I never spent much time with that. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Alright, I think this looks better. The transition into the water is way better for sure, so it doesn't look like a little cliff. We still need to like transition from the, I don't know what to call, the non-overworld tiles to the overworld tiles we're using here. But I think we can even push this darker water out further and have, maybe we can animate shallower water. If we've got anything like that. What does this look like? What is this? Oh, it's ice. And then this is even darker water, I guess. Interesting. I mean, we can also paint this underneath, which gives us the nice shallow water color. That probably is what we'll work with. A friend of mine can talk for hours about the plot twist of Bravely Default and what everything means and stuff like this, and it actually sounds really cool. But as I said, I never finished that. I think I would recommend it to you. Okay, I will give it give it a go. I feel like there are a few games of that era that I could also talk for hours about the plot and how cool it is. So if somebody feels like I do about those games, about Bravely Default, it's probably good. I'll give it a shot. Alright, let's rename this to Underground so we don't get confused. Let's do the edges of ground. And I also want to, can we just, yeah. Alright, so let's go to our tile set. Let's get all the edges in place. Is this the shape of a beach that is good? I think so. I mean, I guess we could, like, I haven't looked into like programmatically changing the tile set at all. But we could technically adjust this, like have waves come in and out. But I don't know that we'll do that yet. Might be a lot of work for not a lot of benefit there. We'll see. Alright, we got ourselves a beach. So now we go to the underground layer and we copy that and we paint that underneath. So it transitions nicely and we get the animation. Take it out nice and far because we want players to like come out into the water to also be foraging stuff there. And then we'll transition that into the darker water. And that is going to be auto tile overworld. Can we do this transition? Is that? Oh, what are we using? This guy, right? Yeah. So, maybe we don't have the darker tiles easily used. I mean, I guess we could do... Yeah, that'll do. So this is on top of that. Yeah, that makes sense. I think we'll want to bring that out further rather than bring this in, though. And I see I've been streaming for so long, so I want to try and move a little bit faster. See if we can get more of other stuff. So we're bringing this underlayer out further so it transitions into this above layer nicer. All right, we got ourselves a beach. Let's go look at it as the player. Looks good to me. The beach is a little bit under the screen height and width, so you get the framing of other stuff around it. And also if you go out to the water, we'll extend this obviously, but again with the framing of like, here's the shallow bits, but since the camera's so far in, we want to make sure that players always have things on the edge of their screen that they can be looking at, both to like figure out where they're at and also have new things to be like, oh, what's that? I'll walk towards it. Alrighty, and obviously we've got edges to fix, we've got these corners to add in, we've got this to extend, but I want to see if we can like kind of fill out a little bit more of the town, because I probably won't stream forever, maybe like another hour at most. And it'd be nice to have like all this blank greenery in town kind of filled out too. So things are looking pretty good for the town though. Also we'll extend the beach out that way too. But let's see what other things we have to work with, because we obviously have like a lot of doodads and stuff that we can add in. I want to take a quick look at our list of stuff to add to make sure that we're hitting everything that we need to add in and not like forgetting something and not leaving space for it. But we need the player, shop, and house. Definitely somewhere. We'll probably put it maybe even just like right here. Somewhere very central, but we want to put like decor in the center of this, obviously. But we've got our houses. I think the houses can double as shops too, but we'll have a couple like specialized shops. We will put our docks down here with some trading stuff and like items you wouldn't get other places. So nice to go like check what you get at the docks every morning. We'll put our gate over here just as like a wall to the world. Blocked off cave and train station. I think maybe both of those can be just over here, like out of the way. We will have our mountain kind of starting up here. So cave makes sense. Maybe the train station can go into like a hole through the mountain and then we don't have to draw the tracks forever. So like foraging areas, foresty area, farming area, ranching area. I think a forest over here makes a lot of sense. Also is kind of like a world boundary, but just like a nice big open area to explore that we can spawn in random items to forage from. We still have room for stuff over here, so we could put like farms and stuff over there, but we might end up just like converting some of this area into like forageable small farms, which might be nice. And then fishing area we can put down at the docks, I think, and then we'll go ham on like storytelling through the objects we place, because we're gonna match that with some of the cool tech we built around like grounding AI NPCs. We can feed them a whole document full of facts about the world, so we can write up a big old lore about the world and like design the town around that, and then they'll all know about those things, so they'll stay consistent with what we've built, which is kind of cool. Alrighty, so I mean, before we get to like bushes and trees and things, the big thing that we need to add in is the player shop and house. So we need to decide where we're putting that. I'm kind of feeling like here, we could even make this road go like to the side and we could put it very centralized here. I'm thinking for like the story and like the theme, it would be nice. I mean, in Elixir's 3D version, you're a traveling alchemist. You've just arrived at a new town. You are like introducing yourself. You're trying to be very helpful. You are like, people are explaining their problems to you. You're like, all right, I'll go out and figure out a potion, a solution. Like, I'll help you. I'm thinking with the 2D version, since we want to lean more into like shop management, I think there are some cool world building aspects and like mechanic aspects to what if you are like the solo shopkeeper that has been sent out here to like man a very large shop that is like the Elixir Emporium. So this big company bought a big house for you to run, and you're just one person. You're struggling to like keep it afloat, like do all the tasks, all the jobs, but also like pay for it and things like that. So there's kind of a push for you to like do more in the game because there's consequences otherwise, but there's also some interesting themes of like, you are just one worker, you're trying to do good, but like this big corporation owns your building and you need to like stay subservient to them, I guess. Is it a bug or why are there lines in the game view right now? So I don't actually know why this bug happens, but the problem is we're not using a pixel perfect camera in the game view. We are using one for our actual camera, but this isn't rendering that camera. It's just like a view, I think, or maybe. Yeah, so we can switch to the pixel perfect camera in the game view here, and it does away with all the edges and lines. I think it's like a Unity optimization thing. I'm not sure exactly like why it happens, but yeah, it's definitely a bug, and or I just need to like go check some settings somewhere for having this either be pixel perfect or like render with the correct camera or render with the right settings. Luckily, we don't get those lines in the game, but it is a pain in the game view to see. But I am liking, I think we will move this road and put the player's shop here because, I mean, with that concept of you are someone traveling in to man this like big Elixir Emporium, big warehouse, big shop, solve all your problems type thing. Like having that be in prime real estate versus like the Stardew Valley type like shack outside of town that you're cleaning up and working to improve. It'd be like out here or something and you need to go into town to meet all these people. I think putting you in town is going to be nice, and we can have different like challenges and stuff that you're working towards and against with that. But it's kind of like a similar framing but in a different way, which I kind of like. So let's actually move this road. Well, let's not move the road yet. Let's move the house. We're just going to shove it over. So we've got our tile map. And on our obstacle layer, we will grab this if we can. There we go. And let's, you know what, let's just move this house. We'll redo the house and do, is this not the right layer? Ground obstacle? Oh, obstacle. We'll move this house down here. And then in front of player, let's grab the roof. And then let's clear this out and build a very overly impressive, like, gosh building that the player is in charge of running and keeping up with. So obstacle, let's clear that out too. We might even move this guy over a little bit. Let's just do that now, actually. So let's take that, move him over like here-ish, or let's move him up one. And then front of player. So we want it to feel very like overly grand. So let's take our most ridiculous house style. I wonder which of these might be good. Maybe this guy. This is the most like, well, that's some weird tiling, but it's different from all the other houses, and it'd be nice to have, oh, it's because we have both. It'd be nice to have the building kind of feel out of place. So if we do like this, we'll obviously decorate the house and stuff. We have a center, 9 wide, and then we can do like a really fancy roof that we don't use anywhere else. So we've got blue, green, red, tan, and teal, or gray. So that's different, but I think we want more color. Could do red, we do that a lot. Could do gray. The green one might be nice. Did that on the wrong layer. Let's do that again. In front of player, because we want them to be able to go behind it. Do some like interesting roof pieces. My brain hurts. I can't get my input to work and I'm tired. You know? That's how it goes. I hate it. Maybe you should buy yourself a nice snack and then go to sleep. I wonder if we could even... No, we probably don't want to mix roofs. My brain hurts too. Yeah. I mean, it's just your classic Tuesday afternoon. Like, nobody's brain is going to be working at this point. You shouldn't feel bad about it. Powering through at least a little bit more of this massive project. I believe in you, Cozy. You can do it. I am also powering through this project, but I think it's a little bit more fun for me. I'm sorry. No, but you can do it. Buy a snack at 12:41. You know, I bet the places open at 12:41 are the places with the best snacks. Human. There's got to be somewhere. Yeah, you can do it. Alright, I don't know if this house is what we want. Maybe we can even make it even more obscene by messing with some sides. Front of player. Looks like a Pokeball. Don't sue me, Mr. Nintendo. Okay, maybe not that, although we could use these guys on the sides. Oh, right, this is also wrong layer, so it's just in front of it. So if we do something like this, and then we have our ground obstacle layer we could use to get these blending a little bit nicer. So if we go ground, trying to remember, am I drawing or deleting here? I think this is the dropper. Yeah, that's deleting. Okay, so ground. It's fine. Is that weird? It probably is weird, but let's see it in game. McDonald's is open till 3. Now you're thinking, and it's more or less right around the corner. I don't know why you're not already at McDonald's, human. That is a great idea, and you should go get McDonald's. What is your normal McDonald's order? A very important question. 1 a.m. McDonald's trip. Cozy and I know all about those. For being a very brave coder. You know what? Sounds like you deserve some McDonald's, human. I think I kind of like this house, actually. It stands out because it's different from all the other houses. It's kind of obscenely large. It's weird. It kind of fits the theme of what we're going for. And it's like a focal point relative to everything else in town. It's at the top of this circle. We'll have this road go to it as well. I think this works. Default order is mostly a menu with a Big Mac and a sweet and sour sauce that goes on the Big Mac. Sue me. You know what? I'm not even mad about that. As long as your order isn't like, just give me a bunch of burgers but hold everything except the onions. I think you can't go wrong at McDonald's. I get a couple burgers. I don't often prioritize fries over just getting more burgers, but sometimes I do, you know. Seems like a reasonable order to me. I'm a chicken nugget girly. Yeah, you are, Cozy. There is nothing to be ashamed of there. Fries. Yes, I know I'm working on the fries, but if I have to choose between like, do I want 2 burgers and fries or do I just want 3 burgers? I'm usually just going to go with the extra burgers. Always choose potatoes. ACP. Words to live by right there. But what if you have to choose between burgers and meat? I mean, not burgers, potatoes and meat. You know? It's nice to get the potatoes, but you gotta have the meat too. Alright, we're just gonna squeeze on by you this way. That's our new road. Which potentially doesn't even need to exist, actually. we can just have this guy go up to whatever we meant to go up to with that. One of my friends usually gets an ice cream and fries, and yes, the fries get dipped into the ice cream. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard of people doing that. I've tried that. I've doesn't live up to the hype. Choose potatoes. I thought ACP was pretty clear. You know, that's fair, I guess. You can always throw potatoes on. Alrighty. So in order to kind of finish up this map a little quicker, we now have our house in place. So this guy is done. We have houses for the NPCs in. We have shops in. We're gonna put our docks in. We'll put on all this other stuff later. Let's just say, like, this is all we need for basically moving this game over into this world. We will add in like foraging stuff after that, but we can literally play this with just what we have. So let's make just what we have look nicer, and we can always add in more stuff later. So things, let's go through our auto tiles first because they'll probably be larger chunks. And then we can go through the individual tiles for more props. Do it, but wait until it's 1 a.m. You know what? Next time Cozy is up at 1 a.m., I will take you straight to McDonald's. Human has my word. Alrighty, what do we got here? We have animated water. We have animated water. We could put a little pond somewhere in town, especially if we're going to have this river over here. Like if we did something like this. This is on the ground layer right now. I think that's probably fine. They can just wade into it. And then we'll have, like, obviously the river coming through this way. We'll put a waterfall into the river. I'm a sucker for a good lake and waterfall. We'll do our bridge on top of this. And we can do another waterfall here down to the water, which will look really cool and also be a natural world border for not going further east than here. So we'll have that transition into the ocean. Put a waterfall in here. Let's see what else we got. We got darker water, which probably don't need. We have green water, interesting. And then the forms for the other base tiles. What is this? Lava, probably don't need that. This is water with like a ledge, so more of like a canal or something. What do these look like? Okay. Swimming pools could work too. I think this is our waterfall. Let's go throw that in. Whereabouts it's gonna be. You know what? Let's go look at that. I want to see what it looks like. So a river comes down from theoretically a lake up here, which is good size distance away, I would say. It's going to run down. We'll have our bridge here to take you over to like the forest. And then here we go to a waterfall where it'll go down into another river that flows into the ocean. Has another wall to separate. Okay, I think that looks good. Should probably be a little bit less straight. Let's do that real fast. It's this guy, so we'll just curve it around a little bit or something. Cool, cool, cool. I guess let's bring this guy all the way to the waterfall, but we'll blend those together. Let's see what else we have. So we have small path tiles that we can use for like right in front of house doors is probably a good idea to kind of signal where the entrance is. Don't necessarily have to use them, and we have the darker ones, which might be a little bit nicer to not be sand. And we don't need to go overboard on these, I guess, but like little paths here and there to the main street. Holy moly, I did it. Congratulations, human. You can now reward yourself with McDonald's. Good job. Does your brain fully work now? Are you using 100% of your brain? For almost 2 a.m.? Congratulations on doing it. We'll do a couple like extra paths here and there for like just getting the player to walk in certain directions. My game now has fully functional settings menu with graphics settings, resolutions, VSync, quality, frame rate, audio enable and disable, audio volume, and mouse sensitivity. Everything inside title menu and pause menu. Dang! I have been putting off doing that for so long. It seems like such a pain. Congratulations on doing it. You deserve a break. You need a break. And, I mean, your players will love you. So good job. We can put a little park over here. That'd be nice. Good job. My players will complain, why is there no key rebinding? They will always have something to complain about, but they will like it more until they complain. I had people complain that they couldn't make my game window mode in Elixir Emporium. And I added that in, and immediately there was complaints that what was it? Like it was something completely unrelated, but I was like, oh, I should have done that first. They'll always find something to complain about. But you're doing a great job. Hi, thanks. There's still more work to be done, but I'll leave it like this for the demo. There you go. That's what you got to do with the demo, too. You're getting there. You're finally releasing. Sunday is when it's going to happen. I'm excited to see it. Hello, the Distorierte. Distorierte. Welcome in. People literally always mispronounce my name, so sorry in advance. Happy to have you here. How's it going? Also, thanks for the follow. Just trying to see if there's anything else we want to add in. Oh, I guess we could have used this for a roof also. Like a flat roof. But I think these are going to be fences. Yeah, so we'll do some like farming stuff in this area. I guess we can just do it now. So let's do another tile map here for prop collisions or props with colliders. Tile map rectangular. Let's say 1 props with colliders. Bring it up here. Set its layer to 1. And then we can paint on some like fenced in areas that the player will collide with that we can like mix and match with other stuff later. So like something like this could be a little farming area, even with some grass or something. Always gotta do those. Just makes stairs look more epic. Let's put a little... We probably don't want to go overkill on these. Yeah, maybe we'll use those very sparingly, because they don't really add a lot. We're just kind of using them to separate out some areas later. And before I forget, let's add our collider to there. So now players will get stuck on those. That's cool. We've got our grass. Like tall grass. Do we want to use that? I mean, probably over in like the forest area, but we might not necessarily need it in town, other than maybe like some small spots for decor. But I think it's very noticeable, like stands out a lot. So not sure we want to make it a big focal point without like doing trees and stuff first. So we'll come back to that. These rugs, yes, those are cool. Okay, so houses, dungeons. I want to see these for like hedges. Like that could be cool. But we'll probably use it more for foresty area. I wonder what tile map that is on. Ground. All right, and the trees. But I don't think we'll use overworld trees. I think we want to use the proper tree models that we have. But let me just take a quick look at some of like... Yeah, some like texturing on the grass would look a lot better. Is that different from this? Okay, light and dark. And then we have some stones, which would look really cool. Could even do some better pathways with those, I think. But let's go back to... You know what, we'll start with that guy on the ground layer. See what kind of pathways we can improve. And maybe just add some random rocks here and there for decor also. BRB, I need water, no worries. Let me actually redeem hydrate for myself. I also need water. Water is so good. All right, so yeah, just some rocks that the player won't collide with. We probably don't want more than one on screen at a time because it becomes very obvious that you're reusing these assets. Thank you, Cozy. I appreciate that. I can always drink more water. But especially with props, you typically don't want like more than one to be on the screen at the same time because they are going to be the same thing over and over again. It gets really obvious when you see that versus if you see that, it's like a unique thing. You've forgotten about it by the time you see this one. I also need more water. I'm finally going to make myself leave work. Heck yeah. You've done great today, And you deserve a little treat. Especially for convincing Human to go to 1 a.m. McDonald's. So I'm glad to hear you're finally headed home. Alright, we got some rocks. Could even do a couple more, but I think we're probably fine. So let's jump over to... let's hold off on shadows until we've done trees. Just see if there's anything else in here we might want. Okay, so like a little platform up. That's probably very nice for some... Oh, we probably should have done like houses on these platforms. We still can if we have like small stairs we can use. Like, it's probably a good idea to do it on this guy. Do we want to make this a collider or not? I'm not sure. But if we have some stairs going up to the door, it even makes this look more grand. So that's nice. And we probably should even like extend this out. So that makes me think we probably do want colliders, so we can put in like a secret back door the player has to go through in order to get to all this land. So let's go ahead and do that on the ground collider. Ground obstacle layer. And we'll just stretch this out back to the mountain. For clarification, you did not convince me to get McDonald's at 1 a.m. Oof. Why not? I had my second dinner at 10 p.m. and I am still full. Well, next time, you know what you need to do. Alright, what other areas? Probably something over here might make sense if we can blend this to be like the ground is coming up along this curve would be nice. Maybe we can even separate out the area a little bit. Do a natural... Oh! Oh, right, because we're on the ground obstacle layer. Right. So we want to just do the outline here. And that also makes a natural path for players to walk through if they want to go over here. It's nice to have just like a couple ways you can go through instead of like always cutting angles. Okay, so we might also move this guy over a little bit. Let's do that real fast. Let's move him over like here. Oh, right, ground obstacles that we're copying. In front of player, yep. Let's put him, we'll put him real close. Ground obstacle. Obstacle. Yeah, we gotta rename some of these layers. Let's say ground obstacle is just cliffs. We'll say cliffs. I thought about fact checking you on that when you said it. You know, I'm just manifesting what should be true. And so if we also do underground that players can collide with, which I guess we'll need to do that for all these inner pieces, but we can take these same tiles, this guy. Oh, I guess it's underneath. So let's start doing all these layers that we've been putting off doing. 2D, tile map rectangular, ground. You know what? Just ground on another layer is fine. Order in layers 1. So here we can now. How do we want to do that? Wait, why are we? Oh, right, we're just painting over it. How do we want to layer this in? So we painted this on cliffs. We didn't have to do anything at all. I just needed to update my order and layer to that. Interesting. Oh, I was probably painting on the wrong layer earlier. Do we have obstacle is where this is? No, okay. Well, whatever it was, it is fixed. So let's go paint this, stretch it out a little bit on our cliffs. So we bring it over here and then we can put stairs here. And we can bring this guy out over. So we put a little bit of like a farmy area up here as well. So that matches with down there. Cool. Any other ledges we want to add? Probably, but maybe not immediately. Probably something up like framed in here. And then this can lead to the cave or something in the mountain. But we'll put something up here. Alright, should be fine. And then just making sure we don't want to use those trees. I think that's correct. So I think these are on the same layer, so it's just randomly choosing which one is in front. So actually, let's just... Probably shouldn't have other stuff on ground anyway. But we can increase our obstacle up to 1. That's why we left ourselves padding. So it always draws on top of the ground. Looks good. Alright, I think trees are next. Trees, we can do stairs, lots of other stuff, but let's keep on rolling. So we've got cute trees. We also have fall trees. Like purple trees, we've got red trees. We have a few different tree styles to choose from. Because these guys are pretty standard and match like the polygons and stuff of these. But we also have these softer trees, which we don't have as much variety of. So I'm thinking we just go with our normal, basic, cozy trees. So we can use them in a couple different places. But I wish we could put the collision data on the tree itself. Like make these have a collider and these not. Because we'll probably need to do this on 2 layers where we paste a bunch of trees like this. And then come back on the in front of player layer with the top bit of the tree. It's fine to do, but it'd be nice if we could just copy the whole tree and place it in. But I think we can even wait to use these big trees for most of the like forest area. I want to see if there you have the tiles for like layering them together. So like here, if you wanted, this is probably actually slightly differently arranged, but usually there's tiles for combining trees diagonally too. So I'm gonna check that. Because if they don't have those, we might end up just going and getting different tree sprites. Yeah, this is what I mean, but for the bigger trees. They might not. Interesting. Maybe you can use the middle piece? No, that wouldn't make sense because you need something that combines these two. Or these two. I guess you could also just layer the layers yourself. Okay. I mean, if they did have it, they'd probably have it in the auto tile, but yeah, I guess they only have the overworld trees there. How big does one of these trees look next to the player? Let's find out. Very, very small. Okay, yeah, that's not gonna work. But if we take one of these trees, I bet it'll look way better. Yeah, I mean, looking down there, it's going to be a really nice size, I think. That's probably perfect. So yeah, we can just do the 2 layers, and we can also just come back and figure out how we want to do a 3rd layer in order to put multiple trees on top of each other. So let's go ahead and make another folder-ish thing for trees, and we can say 2D tile map tree bases with colliders, and tree foliage. So let's go to our obstacles here, clear out that we just did, and then tree bases with colliders. We'll paste in our trees. The most fun part is just drawing the trees. So we'll probably do more than this, but I just want to get like a good start before we start filling in other stuff. Okay, so colliders, let's actually, before we forget, add our collider here, and then foliage. We just go draw on top of each of those so the player can walk behind that bit. Ladies and gentlemen, we have trees. So we can do very quickly the same thing with the smaller tree. Wherever it makes sense to place. do its foliage as well. And then we'll maybe do the little plants, and then we'll pop in and check it all out. Or maybe we'll just pop in and check it all out. All right, I think we're looking good. And after trees comes like bushes and shadows, and then actual props. But let's take a look and see how it looks. Definitely fills out. Okay, I guess we didn't set the layer on this guy. So order and layer should be, you know what, let's do 10 and give it some room. And let's reset and look at this. All right, now we... What layer is the player on? Player is on... layer 10. Okay. So, foliage, what did we update to 10? Oh, we did it in play mode, gotcha. It reset afterwards. Let's do 15 on this so we make sure it draws on top of the player. And then now we can look at it. Sun is coming out. My lighting is so much better with the windows closed when the sun is just beating down. All right, we now walk behind trees. We'll fix our collider. That's cool though. We can probably like do some little animations on the trees, wiggling back and forth when you bump into them. Got our cliffs. We'll have like a park area over here, I think, which takes up about the screen, which is nice. We'll have our river. Maybe make it a little bit more wavy. But you can definitely see how town is filling in. We've got some like natural road paths that lead to specific things. You've got your core circle in the center to reorient yourself. We've got houses that will put front and back doors in. We need to do the ledge stairs, but we've got some different layers. Things are looking good, I'd say. So we can definitely take like the stuff that we've built in the 2D Elixir, move it over to this, and then put more of a focus on like you building this big Elixir Emporium store that everyone in town comes to, and you need to both go out in the world and collect items, but like bring them back also and do all this crafting to craft the perfect potions and solutions to their answers. I think with our 3D version, there's a lot more of a call for like combat and leveling up and skills and workstations and like these really in-depth systems. But I think this 2D version could be a really cozy game that really highlights the cool like alchemy and crafting and stuff that we've built tech-wise, while also leaning more into like just forming relationships with people in town, like going and talking to people, making items maybe to like gift people based on what they've told you they like and don't like. Lots of cool stuff that you can do, especially with our conversation system, and we're working on a quest system so we can kind of generate more topical personal quests between NPCs versus just the more generic quests that we already generate. Yeah, lots of stuff to be done there. Alrighty, humans, it's time for me to hit the sack. Have a great rest of the stream. Goodbye. See you next time. See you next time, human. Thanks for being here. Good job getting the stuff done. I'll see you next time. I'm also going to wrap up the stream, but I'm going to look for somebody to raid. I like finding small people to raid, but I'm just running around in the game. I think it looks really good. Like, I would, with all the mechanics that we have already built in our 2D demo that we built here, I would definitely play this game, but in this pixel style, especially with like saving and like progressing and building up all those relationships. I think this could be really cool. So yeah, let's keep the fun going. If anybody has any people that they follow that they might want to suggest a raid for, feel free to let me know. But I'm just going to go over to the Twitch window, search for Unity, find somebody who does not have a lot of viewers, because we're only dropping off some very, very fun friends. And then I'm going to make sure they haven't been streaming for like 10,000 hours. Hey, there's me. What a cute little thumbnail. And then we will drop them off. So, you know what? This guy's working on stuff. I'm sure. Oh, no ad? No ad? All right. And only streaming 2 hours. I think things are looking good. Cozy says, good job. Thank you very much. Everybody should hydrate and go have some fun times today. So we're going to raid Chips and Salsa too. I will see you guys next week. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. All right, raid is a go. Let me do what I need to do, I guess. Let's roll on over there. Bye, guys.
play RuneScape, but I haven't generally been someone who plays a lot of RPG, but pretty cool. Hey, thank you for the follow, Virgil. Appreciate it. Yeah, thanks, Weez. Good stuff, Squeeze. Yeah, very cool. But yeah, the missiles were inspired by the missiles that are in ports in RTS on Steam that I really enjoyed. So they're inspired by those, and they go but yeah, I'm currently working on making the damage system actually work how it's intended to work. Really stack up to the people that game. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you for dropping by. Bottom. Oh, that's so cool. Your wife, the cozy biscuit, got home trade your avatar. Your family, nice. You can choose your avatar.